told by the bailiff that the jury just got up here, and I think they're having a cup of coffee, eating a biscuit or something like that, so they're not quite ready to come out. I haven't said that. Is there anything we need to address before the jury comes in?
There are a few things we can take care of, Your Honor. The state would request that we break at noon today, just based on witness scheduling. We're moving much faster than we anticipated, so we're trying to sort of rearrange witnesses, but some we cannot.
Okay.
And we're trying to not waste the jury's time. Potentially, we might finish a little early today because the witnesses tomorrow, Dr. Presnell and Dr. Bushkin, are both from Charleston and have schedules that they couldn't move. But I do anticipate us finishing still either no later than the end of the day tomorrow, potentially earlier, with the state's case.
All right.
Earlier, the state had, made a motion to proceed pursuant to South Carolina Code annotated 19.5-520. That's the one that deals with self-authenticating documents where if cell phone records have been provided in advance and they have the required certification, they get admitted without having to call a custodian of records. The defense did consent to that, so it was ordered that we could simply admit these.
All right. How are they?
I have the exhibit numbers for Your Honor, if you'd like.
All right.
So, State's Exhibit 5 would be the victim's phone records. State's Exhibit 7 are the defendant's Verizon phone records. State's Exhibit 8 are Verizon synchronous records for the defendant's phones, and that's SYNCHRONOSS. State's Exhibit 9 are Christopher Dontell's Verizon phone records. State's Exhibit 142 are geofence records. And State's Exhibit 150 are Google records relating to both defendants, excuse me.
All right. Are you tendering them now?
Yes, Your Honor, I thought that might be easier since it's been consented to.
Any objection?
No objection, just clarification. Number 5, I believe she said defendants.
Correct, and the victim's phone records.
So 5, okay, I'm sorry. Which one was it after that? Was it 9?
7 is Jackson's Verizon phone records.
Okay. She said defendant. I want to make sure she meant Jackson. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. The state's exhibits 5, 7, 8, 9, 142, and 150 are admitted in evidence.
Thank you. And Your Honor, I think we'll still be in line sort of with when the court likes to take breaks. We have 3 witnesses to start off with, and then I would just like, whether it's a full break or just enough time that I can gather exhibits for the 4th witness, as he'll be going through quite a few. And then the witness after that, we also have a number of exhibits just to gather, so there's less time walking back and forth.
All right.
And I believe that's it.
All right. Anything from the defense you need to address?
Mr. Young, can I just step out for 1 quick second?
Yeah. What I was going to do is I was just going to go ahead and let's take a break until the bailiff tells me the jury's ready. Everybody can just kind of sit tight, because like I said, they just got up here as I was walking in. So let's give them about another 5 to 10 minutes and we'll come back to this spot. All right?
I'll actually use the time to try and gather the exhibits we need.
That sounds good. Seated. All right, I understand the jury's ready. Anything from the state before we bring the jury in?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
Nothing for defense, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jury in. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope everyone had a good evening. Please make sure you have your own notepads and nobody else's notepad. We're ready to resume the trial in this case. The state can call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Reggie hoteling.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that evidence you're about to give to court in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Get you to state your name and then spell your last name for the court.
Arthur Reginald Hoteling Jr., Hotaling.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you currently working?
I'm not.
Are you starting a new job soon?
I am.
What are you going to be doing?
Working for the South Carolina Highway Patrol.
Okay. And did you previously work in law enforcement?
I did.
Where did you work?
Marion County Sheriff's Office.
How long did you work at the Marion County Sheriff's Office?
About 14 and a half years.
Did you have any law enforcement experience before you went to work at the Marion County Sheriff's Office?
I did. I worked almost 2 years, right at 2 years in Mullins Police Department.
Okay. I'm going to turn your attention back to around October 2020, November 2020. Do you remember what your assignment was with the Marion County Sheriff's Office back then?
At that time, I was the senior investigator.
What were some of your duties and responsibilities as a senior investigator?
Respond out to call-outs, investigate various crimes, from felonies, misdemeanors,
Everything.
everything.
Okay. So think back to November 8, 2020. Were you asked to respond to the scene of a body at Pitt's Landing?
I was.
Where's Pitt's Landing located?
It's right off of 378 in Marion County. It's at the end of 908, around, or go down almost to Pee Dee Highway from 378 from the Marion County side.
And what river is located there?
The Big Pee Dee.
Are you sure?
Or the Little Pee Dee. Yeah,
Okay.
it meets down in the
It
bottom.
meets, but it's the Little Pee Dee there.
It's the Little Pee Dee there.
And do you know if the Little Pee Dee River is the geographical boundary of Horry and Marion County?
It is.
Okay. What did you see when you got there?
It was dark. Just the river landing.
Were there people there?
There was a few people, but not many.
Okay. What kind of people were they?
I think they were just camping or fishing.
Okay. Did you do anything once you got there?
I did. I think, if I remember correctly, I had I think the people that were there may have taken a picture or something of what they saw, but they weren't real sure. So then I had called my supervisor, kind of let them know what was going on.
Did the fact that the Little Pee Dee River is the geographical boundary of Horry and Marion County create any difficulties for you when you got there?
It did.
Okay, what were those?
To find out which side of the river this body was on, in a bend in the river, it just made the line to determine whose case it was going to be.
Okay. So who did you call out to come to the scene?
If I remember correctly, I had called my supervisor, Captain Barker, at the time, and she had told me that we could call Horry County and have Horry County come out to kind of assist with determining if it's our side or their side.
Okay. And did Horry County come out?
They did.
When you got there, did you see the object that the civilians had called police about?
I couldn't from there.
Okay. Do you recall receiving some evidence that was recovered from the body in this case?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to approach.
Trying to keep it one more.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 57. And is that what's commonly called a chain of custody form? Evidence record.
Yes.
You may call it. And so what kind of items did you receive from the scene?
A lighter, a pack of cigarettes, a cinder block with a toe strap, a ball cap, sheets, a tarp, some zip ties, a tarp. Yeah, there was just that kind of stuff.
A number of items.
A number of
Were
items.
those items recovered with the body that day?
Yes,
Were you asked to sign this form showing that those items were given to you?
I was.
Do you see your signature on this form?
I do.
Is it right here?
It's actually over here.
Right there. Okay,
Yes.
sorry. Hard to read. Thank you. Once you received those items of evidence you just described, what did you do with them?
We actually took those items back to our department and put them in like a evidence locker room temporarily.
All right. I'm going to direct your attention now to November 10th, 2020. Did you attend the victim's autopsy?
I did. Yes,
At the conclusion of the autopsy, were you given certain items of evidence collected at the autopsy?
I believe I did.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 58. Madam President?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 58. Okay. And What items of evidence were you given at the conclusion of the autopsy?
The clothing, black belt, black sneakers, jeans, sweatshirt, socks, shirt, a bullet, a blood spot, photos, bullet.
So how many bullets did you count?
2, 3, 4, 5.
And is that your signature on that form saying you received those items?
It is.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 139. And you can look at them if we need to open them, we will.
Okay.
Are those the bullets you collected from the autopsy that day?
It is.
139, yes, I think so. Okay, what did you do once you took those bullets into your custody?
If I remember correctly, I took them back to our evidence as custodian.
So you stored them in your property and evidence?
Yes.
Is that standard practice at the Marion County Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
Okay. At some point in the future, did you turn those back over to Horry County?
I did.
Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to introduce Exhibit 139 evidence.
Meagan Jackson.
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibits 139, admitted into evidence, without objection.
No further questions from the witness.
Cross-examination.
Please, Court, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Maybe I missed it in there. When did you give jurisdiction over to Horry County?
I'm not exactly sure on the date.
You don't remember giving it to Horry County? You didn't see jurisdiction, so
so-
you get to the scene, you take all the evidence, you transport all the evidence, you store all the evidence, you start the investigation, and then Horry County gets in? How does
Yes.
that happen?
Afterwards. So when we were there, I contacted our sheriff as well. Because over there, we would let SLED come in and do a crime scene. But he was in agreement to let Horry County take like pictures of the crime scene, kind of process that crime scene for us to help us out.
Look, I'm not trying to be mean. Just
No,
want to
you're
ask
fine.
some questions to clarify everything. So SLED gave permission to Horry County to take pictures. Is that what you said?
Our sheriff.
Your sheriff.
Yes.
That's the first person you called, correct? Your supervisor?
No, Judy Barker was my supervisor.
Judy Barker, supervisor, okay.
And she
So
contacted the
you
sheriff.
knew to call your supervisor
Yes.
because bodies found in Marion County, we got a problem.
Yes.
Bodies found in Marion County, we got a problem.
Yes.
And then you inventory, take all, you store it, do everything you're supposed to do, right?
Yes.
Don't you feel like it's your case?
Well, we did until
Yes, sir,
it was
you did.
determined
You sure did, didn't you?
Yeah.
Because it was in Marion County.
the body was located in Marion
Right,
County.
okay,
Yes.
Marion County. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It wasn't located in Horry County.
No.
And you started, I would say preliminary investigations, you got some evidence from the scene,
Correct.
you got the body transported to NUSC, correct?
Correct.
You were there at the autopsy, correct?
Correct.
You took the bullets back, correct?
Correct.
So you did a lot of the stuff to get going, right?
Correct.
And then Horry County just swept them because they knew it was theirs. What claim did Horry County have to take jurisdiction? They didn't, did they? No, they didn't.
We
They
worked
didn't have
together.
jurisdiction at all.
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Where you at?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Mr. O'Malley, does the Marion County Sheriff's Department have a crime scene division?
No.
So, who does Marion County normally call when you have a crime scene to process?
SLED.
Okay. In this case, did Marion County ask Horry County to process the crime scene?
They did.
At some point, if you know, was the body found dumped in the river identified as the victim in this case, Gregory Rice?
It was.
And at that point, did it become clear that the crime was an Horry County case.
Yes, that's correct.
Objection, Your Honor. How can he know? He just stated he had no idea about the case. He found the body of Marion. There's no way he could possibly if he knows that Gregory Rice belongs to Horry County. He's got no idea where Gregory Rice is from unless he's told that.
May I respond?
Yes.
Your Honor, I believe that defense counsel specifically elicited testimony from this defendant asking him which county had jurisdiction and where the crime occurred.
Overruled, not allowed. Go ahead. All right, you may step down. State and call your next witness.
The state calls Adam Skele.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that evidence you're about to give the court in this case be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Get you to state your name and then spell your last name for the court.
Sure. Sergeant Adam Robert Skele, Skelett.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Where do you work?
Horry County Police Department.
And how long have you been there?
This May will make 14 years.
What is your current assignment?
The current assignment is sergeant at the West Precinct over the Patrol Division.
What areas of Horry County does the West Precinct cover?
501 to Aner, Gallivan's Ferry, out to Marion County, stretching all the way to Greensea, Nichols, out to Longs, across the North Carolina border to 905.
Big area.
Big area.
Okay. What are some of your duties and responsibilities as a patrol sergeant?
Basic patrol operations, answer 911 calls, also supervise corporal and about 4 or 5 private first class officers that we have.
How long have you had that assignment?
Since March of 2024.
What was your assignment before that?
Prior to that, I was in the investigations unit from 2020 to 2024. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Worked in the special victims unit and also in the homicide robbery unit.
So directing your attention to October and November of 2020, you would have been working as an investigator at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you in special victims?
At that time, special victims unit, yes.
So what types of crimes do special victims investigate?
Anything ranging from missing persons, sexually related crimes. We would also assist in anything that homicide, robbery may need also with some of their cases too.
Did you become involved in the investigation into the disappearance and then murder of Gregory Rice?
Yes.
How did you become involved?
In reference to this case, on October 19th, I was tasked with going to the River's Edge community where the defendant and Christopher Dontell, co-defendant, they both reside at. The River's Edge community is located on Highway 90. At that time, we were looking for a surveillance video.
Did you in fact find that the community had surveillance video at the entrances?
Yes, there was 2 gates, and there's actually gate cameras right along the community and Highway 90. We found a phone number from the Waccamaw Property Management. I was able to actually contact them and left a voicemail in hopes to retrieve some video.
Were you eventually given video from the River's Edge community cameras?
Yes, a Brian Stewart, an employee with them, contacted me, and then the next day I actually met up with them and received, I believe it was 2 hard drives in reference to video surveillance.
And I'm approaching with what's already been admitted, States Exhibit 118 and 119, Your Honor. Are those the drives that you received from Mr. Stewart?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Did you review those videos.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you focusing on October 2nd of 2020?
At the time, yes, yes.
Did you, in fact, find any relevant, I guess I'll call them captures from those cameras?
Yeah, both of the co-defendants' vehicles that we knew that they were operating.
And I've shown these to defense. I'm approaching with State's Exhibits 136 and 138. Are those stills from those videos?
Yes, ma'am. And those are my initials on them as well.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that State's Exhibit 136 and 138 be admitted and published.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, States Exhibits 136 and 138 is admitted into evidence without objection.
And I'm going to first go with 136 and then I'll show the jury. Can you tell me, is there a date and time stamp on this photo?
Yes, October 2nd, 2020. It shows the time of 6:16 p.m.
And what car do you recognize in that photo?
The defendant, Meagan Jackson, and that's her vehicle.
Is she entering or leaving River's Edge?
I believe that's her entering. No, I'm sorry, that's exiting. Sorry, the porch is on that side with the driveway. I'm sorry, that's exiting.
Okay. So this is October 2nd at 6:16, leaving River's Edge. And then State's Exhibit 138, does that also have a date and time stamp on it?
Yep, same date, October 2nd of 2020, and that shows 18:20 military time, so that'd be 6:20 p.m.
So just
Apologize.
about 4 minutes later?
Yes.
Okay. And whose car do you recognize in that?
That's Christopher Dontell's gray and color Ford Explorer.
Is he also leaving the community?
Yes, ma'am.
How is it that you recognized Mr. Dontell's and the defendant's cars?
Okay, in reference to Mr. Dontell's vehicle, I believe that's actually the county-issued Ford Explorer that they issued out to the coroners. I've been on multiple calls for service while on patrol in reference to him showing up as a county coroner. Same with Meagan Jackson, too, the van that she'd be using also.
So you were familiar with that?
Yes.
Court's in line. Nothing further? You can just answer any questions for Mr. Preston Britton.
Sure.
Good morning first. Good morning.
Good morning.
Do you remember about when you got these pictures or got this video footage?
October 19th, from what I recall, is whenever we went out there to look. I believe it was the 20th, the next day, is whenever I received the videos from Brian Stewart.
Okay. And just to kind of button some things up, that was, at that point, y'all had some suspicion they were, Meagan Jackson and Chris Dontell were people of interest. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say, yes, sir.
And so we know, just kind of to button up this jurisdiction issue, that the body's not found till November 7th. Isn't that right?
From what I understand, from what I believe, yes.
Okay. Okay. So at the time the body was found, and jurisdiction was being determined, y'all already knew that there was an Horry County employee involved, potentially, in this murder.
I believe at the time they were being looked at in reference to missing person cases. We would be looking at any type of close families also.
Okay. You did have one of the more, I'm sure, troubling aspects. You also had a conversation. You took an interview with Deputy Coroner, didn't you?
The wife of
Yes.
Mr. Dontell?
Yes, Chris Dontell's wife.
Yes.
And you learned during that investigation that she still believes Mr. Dontell was being true to her.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay.
That was part of his investigation. I'll allow it. Go ahead.
And can you repeat the question? I apologize.
Yeah, you learned that as of October 23rd, Miss Dontell still believed that Chris Dontell was being true to her.
From what I recall, I believe that interview, a search warrant was served on the residence, and while reading the search warrant to her, I believe that's when this interview occurred.
On October 23rd, you and another detective sat down, had a conversation with Ms. Dontell as part of your investigation.
Okay. I believe that's what you're referencing to.
Okay. And what I'm asking you to recall is the fact that during that time you learned that on October 23rd, she still believed that Chris Dontell had not gotten Meagan Jackson pregnant.
That I don't recall. I do. I mean, she was definitely shocked by the whole incident, especially whenever the search warrant was served too. The facts of the case were then detailed to her for whatever information was in the search warrant.
During that interview, she disclosed to you the contents of a message that was deemed anonymous, where a person was telling her that she ought to check her neighbor's garage, right?
I don't recall.
Okay. You don't recall that Greg Rice was being accused of sending messages to Erica Dontell, alerting her to the fact that Meagan Jackson was impregnated by Chris Dontell?
I believe through the investigation, as customary, whenever we're working investigations together, the information is passed along to all of us. I do recall something of those issues going on.
You recall something of those issues going on? Okay. You got information during that interview that she believed it was Greg Rice sending those anonymous messages. It's
possible.
It's not possible. It's true, sir.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes, let's keep it to a question.
Okay. Is it? And after you, during that interview, sitting there with her, you had to be the unfortunate one to tell her that Chris Dontell, disclosed to her that Chris Dontell had impregnated Meagan Jackson. Isn't that right?
From what I recall, whenever we were reading the search warrant to her, that seemed to be the first time that she was getting that knowledge of these facts of the case and whatnot. So I believe that was the first time she was hearing about it.
During that interview, she just showed you the anonymous messages that she had received prior to that, back in September, in the days leading up to Greg Rice's murder.
Objection. Is there a question in there?
Isn't that right, sir?
I don't recall that part of the interview.
On October 23rd at 8:23 a.m., as part of your investigation, did you have a conversation with Erica Dontell, sir?
I believe so, whenever we served the search warrant.
And as we see here today, you're telling me you don't recall asking her, or her informing you that she got a text message from someone that was stating things were going on between Chris and Meagan.
It's definitely possible on that. I'm saying that the interview was 5 years ago. I'm not sure of every detail of that interview.
Okay. And isn't it true that Ms. Dontell, despite everything that was going on, 20-something days later, was still believing that her husband, Chris Dontell, that this was all just made up, and he was still being faithful to her?
That's not something I can answer to her, what her thoughts and beliefs were.
Well, you're the one who spoke with her, sir. I mean, respectfully, this is part of your investigation. You knew you were going to testify today. You you wrote I'm certain you would have had some kind of, did you write any reports or anything during your investigation?
Absolutely.
Objection, Your Honor. If counsel would perhaps, since he's talking about a report and has the report in front of him, if he would let Sergeant Skele review it, it might refresh his recollection.
I'm going to let him do his cross-examination, how he chooses. Go ahead.
Thank you. Because what I'm trying to get to is, it's not like a surprise you're here today, right, officer?
I'm sorry, so
You're not surprised to be here today, are you?
oh, no, absolutely not.
Okay. In fact, had this case gone forward against Chris Dontell back in December, instead of him getting some kind of situation where he's not any longer facing murder, you would have testified in that case too, wouldn't you?
I would assume so, absolutely.
And I imagine that when you came here to testify today, you took a little time to get prepared.
Yes, sir.
Are you telling me you didn't even look at your investigative notes?
In reference to the answer, yes, sir.
Okay. And so, having told us that, as we sit right here today, you can't confirm your conversation with Erica Dontell?
I can confirm we definitely spoke with her. From what I recall, we read the search warrant off to her. It did appear at the first time, this is the first time she had heard of any of these accusations. In reference to the text message that if she said she received, I'm not denying that she said that. That's definitely something that possibly occurred.
Okay. You also had the opportunity to go canvas Flint Lake Apartments, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember doing that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And I actually believe in our report investigation, I actually listed the different addresses that I attempted to go to try to find video surveillance as well.
Okay. And you, during your canvassing, you took the occasion to attempt to speak to a number of neighbors, is that right?
Yeah, door knocking, and cases like this, just kind of going door to door, seeing have you seen anything or anything suspicious and whatnot on the certain dates involved.
Okay. So to do that, to go from one door to the next, you got to be walking around the area, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And when there's a missing person, it's something where you guys just haven't put it together yet. You're doing a pretty broad search, aren't you, sir?
Very much, yeah.
Okay. And so it was reasonable for us to expect that part of your investigation would not just be canvassing the sidewalk that leads up to Gregory Rice's apartment and his apartment, but the surrounding area too.
Yes, sir.
And so, even if by some circumstance, well, let me ask you, is there a crime scene?
At that time?
At any time? You will never see someone pause this long with that question.
Objection, Your Honor. That is wild.
I sustain your objection. You can sit down. All right, let's do it.
Sorry. So is there a crime scene?
At that time, do you have the date whenever we went to go surveil that subdivision?
Yes, sir. It was October 27th.
Okay, at that time he was still a missing person.
Did you guys ever identify a crime scene?
Not me specifically on that. At that time, I was just tasked with going from door to door in that subdivision looking for surveillance footage.
That wasn't really my question, but since October 27th, a crime scene.
That wasn't part of my investigation.
Your Honor, I beg the court's indulgence for a second. questions, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
You're right.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to kind of go in reverse because counsel was just asking you about this, you're canvassing the area. And this, you canvassed prior to Greg Rice's body being found.
Yes. Yeah.
And when you were conducting that canvassing, had Horry County Police Department been told that Greg Rice had actually been shot down the road and not at his apartment?
That I don't recall on that part. At that time, working there was definitely suspicious circumstances surrounding the missing person from the information that I believe we were receiving.
But you didn't, at that point, you didn't even know that he had been killed?
No.
And counsel was referencing a report, so I guess I need to mark this. Here, I'll show it to you.
No, Your Honor, I object to him having his record.
Whoa, you brought it up.
Yeah, that's fine.
I guess that's something you want to, we can do 6, I think 6 is used. Or if it's easier for you, you can do 159.
States 159 marked.
And this would be just part of the application. Your Honor, if I may, I'm approaching with what's been marked States Exhibit 159 for identification.
Thank you.
Just hold on to that.
Sure.
Does that appear to be your report?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated on cross-examination that you were having some difficulty recalling some of the details.
Sure.
Would reviewing your report refresh your recollection as to some of those details?
Yes. Yes. And thank you for allowing me to look at this again. And I apologize about the way. I just wanted to make sure I'm...
No, you're fine. And then when you're done with that, if you could just turn it over.
Absolutely. Okay, I apologize.
That's okay. So having reviewed your report, does that refresh your recollection as to your conversation with Erica Dontell?
Yes, in reference to the text messages, I think it does seem like she believed that the text messages were from Gregory.
Didn't she in fact say that Meagan implied that Greg had sent them?
Yes, something along the lines of that, yes.
Did Erica Dontell indicate whether Christopher Dontell was fine just sort of moving on from his friendship with Meagan?
It appeared to be that too.
Are you, if you know, do you know if Erica Dontell and Christopher Dontell are still married and supporting each other?
I'm not positive on that, to be honest.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Sure. Nothing further.
All right, you may step down.
Sure. You want me to leave this right here?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Oh.
Thanks. next witness will be a little long, so,
I mean, is this the one where you said earlier you needed a short break?
I'm sorry, we have one short witness and then the witness where we need to gather some
All right.
insights. Thank you
All right,
for checking.
Skele can call you next week.
Your Honor, the state calls Mark Bonner.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Get you to state your name and then spell your last name for the court.
Mark Bonner, B-O-N-N-E-R.
Mr. Bonner, do you currently work?
No, ma'am, I'm retired.
What did you do before you retired?
I work for the Horry County Police Department.
How long did you work there?
25 years.
What was your last assignment there?
I was a lieutenant over the narcotics divisions. I supervised narcotics, street crimes, and traffic enforcement.
What were some of your duties and responsibilities in that position?
But like I said, basically I supervised the investigations for the sergeants. I had 3 sergeants that reported to me in those divisions, so I oversaw those investigations and unit operations.
How long did you have that assignment?
Approximately 4 years.
When did that assignment end for you?
When I retired in October of last year.
Okay. So did you have that assignment back in November 2020?
No, ma'am. At that point in time, I was a lieutenant over the Criminal Investigation Division. Basically the same thing. I oversaw 4 different units and investigations, homicides, special victims.
Okay. And did you become involved in the investigation of a missing person that eventually turned into a homicide investigation where the victim was Gregory Rice?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you become involved in that investigation?
So I received a call from the Deputy Coroner stating that she had somebody that had come to her stating that she was worried about her husband had been gone and she had lost contact with him, and it was unusual for that to happen.
Do you remember what date that occurred?
Believe it was October 5th.
Did you speak with the defendant, Meagan Jackson, on October 5th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What was your understanding about her relationship with the victim?
They had become estranged, so they lived separate residences, but they had children in common. And so he would come and visit, and that was one of her biggest concerns, is that he hadn't come to visit the kids, which he was usually very reliable with.
Did she give you any information about when she had last seen or spoken to Gregory Rice?
I think she said at that point in time she had last spoken to him about a week prior to that, and she had not seen him since.
Okay. Was this investigation assigned to a detective?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you stay involved in the investigation in any way?
Yes, ma'am.
And why was that?
Just to assist with the investigation as needed, if any type of follow-ups were needed. We were doing searches for video surveillance, both at the victims and suspects' locations, anything that I could assist with.
Okay. And were you aware that the victim's remains were recovered on November 8th?
Yes, ma'am.
At that point, did you or any other investigators obtain any arrest warrants?
Yes, subsequent to the autopsy, enough probable cause was established to obtain a search warrant for the defendant's residence, along with an arrest warrant for the defendant.
Okay. Let's talk about the search warrants. What were the search warrants for?
As a result of the autopsy showed that the victim had been killed with a .22 caliber round. So the process, we got a search warrant to obtain any evidence related to that that may show any evidence related in the residence for that homicide.
And did you participate in the execution of any search warrants?
Yes, ma'am. We established 2 teams to go to both co-defendants. I led one of the teams, specifically this defendant's residence.
Did you locate anything during the search relevant to this investigation?
Yes, ma'am. In the defendant's closet, there was a gun box, a handgun box.
Oh, never mind. I apologize.
We found a handgun box that belonged to a .22 caliber handgun.
Okay, and did you seize that box?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me what was relevant about the caliber of the box?
As I said, during the autopsy, the results were that the defendant had been killed with a .22 caliber round.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm approaching with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 67. Is that the box you found in the closet that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a gun associated with that box?
There was not a gun in the box, no, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to admit exhibit number 67 into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 67 admitted into evidence without objection.
No further questions by the state for this witness.
Cross-examination.
Just a clarification. We know that based on what bullets were found in Greg Rice's body, this is not was not this gun, right?
Objection, Your Honor, basis of knowledge.
I mean, if he knows,
Involved in the investigation, surely they would
if it was,
know what kind of bullets were found.
I do not know specifically. I was not part of that investigation.
Okay. Well, do you know, if I told you that it was identified as a 6 hour, you would know this was not that gun, right?
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
May he be released from discipline, Your Honor?
Any objection?
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, he's free to go. Thank you.
Yes, please, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got to do some setting up before we get to this next witness, so we're going to take our morning break, leave your notepads in the jury box, do not discuss the case. We'll take, what do we think, 10, 15-minute break? Take about a 15-minute break, then we'll come back.
Number one, I forgot to ask if Sergeant Skele could be released from discipline.
I thought you did. I said he was free to go.
Okay.
Either way, it's
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, and before court started this morning, Case Britton asked me for an unredacted copy of a police report, and so I am providing that now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. I'm solicitor.
Anything else from the state before we recess?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right. How long do you need?
10 minutes would probably be sufficient.
We'll take a 15-minute break and then we'll come back.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Your Honor.
anything from the state before we bring the jury in?
Nothing.
Sorry, that was my fault.
Nothing from the state, Your
All
Honor.
right, anything from the defense?
Yes.
All right.
Judge, we moved to dismiss this case for lack of jurisdiction by the 15th Circuit of this court. While it's customary for police departments, sheriff's departments to share resources in crime scene investigation, neither has the authority to transfer jurisdiction to a different court. And testimony you've heard today, it indicated that this body was found on the Marion side of the 1P. In fact, what they're claiming is they transferred this jurisdiction between police departments. They don't have the authority to do that. Horry County could help all they wanted to, but they can't decide which court's going to be tried in. So we're moving to dismiss this case back based on lack of jurisdiction.
All right, state's position.
Your Honor, first of all, just to make it clear, they didn't transfer jurisdiction, they transferred evidence. That's what the testimony was. But this motion is premature because I think that would be an issue that Your Honor would decide after all of the testimony is in. And Mr. Dontell is going to testify that the killing occurred in Horry County, and that would be sufficient to establish jurisdiction.
All right. All right, I'm going to deny your motion at this time. We can readdress it when the state concludes their case. Quite frankly, I don't know if it's as much of a jurisdictional issue as it is a venue issue. That's the question of my mind is, even if it did occur in Marion County, can you transfer venue to another county? I don't know the answer to that, but it's premature to even make that decision. So I'm going to deny your motion. All right? Anything further from the defense before we bring the jury?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's bring the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're ready to resume the trial. Make sure you have your own notepads and no one else's notepads. State can call you next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Sergeant Alan Jones.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that evidence you're about to give the court in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Get you to state your name and then spell your last name for the court.
Alan Jones, J-O-N-E-S.
May I, Your Honor? Thank you. Sergeant Jones, where do you work?
Horry County Police.
How long have you worked there?
A little over 24 years.
I'm going to ask you to slow down just a smidge for the court reporter.
Okay.
Did you have any prior law enforcement or military experience before joining Horry County?
Yes, ma'am. I worked for the City of Conway Police Department for approximately 2.5 years.
What is your current assignment?
I'm currently a sergeant on the patrols division.
What was your assignment back in October of 2020?
I was a sergeant in the criminal investigations division. A detective in the criminal investigations division.
What were some of your duties and responsibilities as a detective in the criminal investigations division?
Investigate crimes against persons, especially violent crimes, whether it be assault, sexual assaults, homicides.
What type of tasks would you undertake during those investigations?
There was multiple tasks during that investigations, whether it be to follow up on leads, do interviews, or sometimes even gather evidence.
And you just said follow up on leads. If you can estimate, approximately how many investigations have you been involved in your 24-plus year career?
I don't know. Put a number would be pure speculation. Okay. A lot.
Okay. As you conduct those investigations, does every lead that you follow up, I believe that was your language, every lead that you follow up, is it fruitful? I guess I'll put it that way.
No, oftentimes you will follow up on leads that actually go nowhere and end up having absolutely nothing to do with the case.
Are you familiar with an investigation into a missing person turned homicide where the victim was Gregory Rice?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you assist Detective Susie with some tasks in that case?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Specifically, did you and Detective Susie meet with Meagan Jackson on October 23rd, of 2020?
Yes, ma'am. We conducted an interview that day.
Was she a suspect at that time?
Yes, she was.
Were you familiar with the defendant prior to the interview?
Only vaguely.
And how did you have that vague familiarity?
That she worked with a body transport service that came and picked up deceased individuals.
Was Christopher Dontell also a suspect at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you familiar with Christopher Dontell?
Again, only vaguely, as he was a deputy coroner with the coroner's office.
Okay. Prior to you and Detective Susie conducting that interview, had investigators created sort of a timeline of the defendant's movements for the night of October 2nd?
Yes, ma'am, they had. Using cell phone data, they had established a timeline of both Mr. Dontell and Ms. Jackson's movements.
Did they use any other types of investigative tools, such as interviews with other witnesses, surveillance videos, license plate readers, anything like that?
Yes, ma'am. There had been interviews with other individuals. Specifically, one of the things they had used was license plate readers, wherein it would take a picture of the tag and document where it was, the date, and the time.
Okay, so let's sort of start at the beginning of the timeline. Did investigators have license plate reader stills from the River's Edge community?
Yes, ma'am.
Leading the witness, Your Honor.
Overruled.
What was significant about the River's Edge community?
The River's Edge community is where Mr. Dontell and Ms. Jackson lived.
And Your Honor, these have already been admitted and published. So I'm showing you State's Exhibit 136 and State's Exhibit 138. Are those stills that you used to help create the timeline?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you just read for 136 the date and time there, and then for 138 the date and time there?
136 is October 2nd, 2020, approximately 6:16 in the afternoon. And 138 is October 2nd, 2020, approximately 6:20 in the afternoon as well.
6:20? Okay. Moving forward in the evening, did investigators have still photos from a game camera at the Heritage, if I have to say the whole name, Lewis Ocean Bay Heritage Preserve? I call it the preserve because that's too much for me to say.
Yes, ma'am.
You have stills from that there also?
Yes, ma'am. We obtained still photos from the Department of Natural Resources, who had a game camera to monitor the area.
Okay. So I am, sorry, let me just, who's questioning?
I think that'd be fine.
They're already
You all
admitted,
have
actually.
that, right?
I believe these have already been admitted, Your Honor, 44 through 47 by stipulation of Agent Tom Buchanan of DNR. Your Honor, this, I believe they were admitted when I read out a number of stipulations.
Start?
I think I did that yesterday morning, late yesterday morning, Your Honor.
Oh, yes.
There were a
You
series
did
of actually.
35 through 47 at one time.
Yes, I'm doing 44 through 47 now, and then I'll show the others.
There you go.
Okay, thank you. And Your Honor, may they be published to the jury as we discussed them. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to do Exhibit 44 first. Showing you State's Exhibit 44. Is that a still photo from the deer camera?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And do you recognize the car in that photo?
Yes, ma'am. It's a Ford Explorer. It's very much like the type that the deputy coroner drove.
Okay. Can you? Is there a date and time stamp on that photo?
There is. It's October 2nd, 2020 at 6:26 p.m.
Are you familiar with where the preserve is located?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with where River's Edge is located?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how far apart are they?
Mileage, I'm not sure, but it's about a 15-minute drive, that's my recollection.
And then showing you State's Exhibit 45. Do you recognize? Do you recognize the car in that photo?
Yes, ma'am. It's a transport van that's used by the transport services that move bodies.
Is there a date and time stamp on that photo?
Yes, ma'am. October 2nd, 2020 at 6:26 p.m. as well.
Okay. And do these cars appear to be entering or exiting the preserve?
They're entering.
Next, showing you State's Exhibit 46. Again, do you recognize the vehicle in that?
Yes, ma'am. It's a minivan. Very much the same appearance of the one that was entering it a few minutes earlier.
Okay, so what's the date and time stamp on this?
Date and time and stamp on that one is October 2nd, 2020 at 6:40 p.m.
So I'm just going to have you compare 45 and 46. What's the difference in time? How long did the car appear to be in the preserve?
Just short of 15-20 minutes.
Yep. And now if I could show you State's Exhibit 47. What are we seeing in State's Exhibit 47?
That would be the Ford Explorer. Also in the far left-hand corner, you also see the minivan exiting as well. And that's on October the 2nd, 2020 at 6:40 p.m. as well.
Okay. I'm going to ask you just to keep your voice up just a little bit.
Okay.
I think the jury's having trouble hearing you. Before I move on in time, were there other still photos from the deer camera showing the defendants at the preserve in the days prior to October 2nd?
Yes, ma'am. There were.
Your Honor, now I'm going to 35 to 43, which I also believe have been admitted.
All right.
And I would ask that they be published. So if we can go to State's Exhibit 35. Can you tell us what we see in Exhibit 35?
In Exhibit 35, you have the Ford Explorer as well as the minivan entering the Ocean Bay Preserve. on September the 29th, 2020 at 1:13 p.m.
So 3 days earlier.
Yes, ma'am.
And then State's Exhibit 36.
Again, it's the Explorer in the minivan, and you can actually see Miss Jackson outside of the minivan, and that is on September the 29th, 2020 at 1:14.
Are you able to see anything at the driver's door of the Ford Explorer?
Yes, ma'am. You can see the door open and an individual stepping out of it.
So showing you State's Exhibit 37.
Yes, ma'am. Again,
Let's just wait.
oh, I'm sorry.
There's just a lag for the photos to come up. Okay. State's Exhibit 37.
Very much similar to the same picture, only at this point in time, the individual from the Explorer has stepped out, and you can see that that's Mr. Dontell.
And what's the date and time there?
The date and time on that one is September the 29th, 2020 at 1:14 p.m.
State's Exhibit 38.
Again, the Explorer and the minivan and the individuals have walked around behind,
That's okay.
behind the Explorer, and that is on September the 29th, 2020 at 1:15.
State's Exhibit 39. I'm going to help you. I'm not going to give you the photo until it's up. Okay. State's Exhibit 39.
The same two vehicles, the minivan at this point in time is turning out and leaving, and that's on September 29th, 2020 at 1:35 p.m.
State's Exhibit 40.
The Explorer is leaving at this point to exit the preserve, and that's on September 29th, 2020 at 1:36 p.m.
Moving on to State's Exhibit 41.
This is on September the 30th, 2020 at 9:58 a.m. and the minivan and the Explorer are entering the Lewis Ocean Bay Preserve.
State's Exhibit 42.
That's the Explorer, and it appears to be exiting on September the 30th, 2020 at 10:39 a.m.
And lastly, State's Exhibit 43. Oops, sorry.
That is the minivan, also appearing to exit September the 30th, 2020 at 10:39.
In establishing the timeline moving forward, did you have information, did you or did you not have information that the defendants had gone to Abuelo's that night for dinner?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we've already seen those clips. Are you familiar with the Arrowhead community where the victim lived?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us sort of generally where in the county it is?
It would be in the Clay Pond Road. Some people refer to it as almost the Forest Brooks area, down where the old Fantasy Harbor, Walkable Pottery used to be. A general description of the area.
Okay. You said Clay Pond Road, so is that is there an entrance to the Arrowhead community on Clay Pond Road?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, there's the Clay Pond Road is where the entrance to the Arrowhead community is at.
Did investigators in building their timeline have license plate reader photos from the Arrowhead community?
Yes, there are license plate readers in the Arrowhead community, and photos were obtained for those license plate readers.
Your Honor, this time the state would proffer States Exhibit 10 and 11. I believe there was no objection to their admission.
Okay. All right, States Exhibits 10 and 11 admitted in the evidence without objection.
And may they be published, Your Honor?
Yes.
So we'll start with States Exhibit 10. Is that one of the LPR photos from the Arrowhead community.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And that's going into the community?
Yeah, that would be, I believe that would be entering into the community, and that's dated on October the 2nd, 2020 at 10 o'clock p.m.
And then State's Exhibit 11. This has a little better view of the car. Do you recognize the minivan in that picture?
Yes, ma'am, and that's dated October the 2nd, 2020 at 10:06, and I believe that would be exiting the community.
And during the interview that you and Detective Susie conducted that day with the defendant, did you use that timeline that was sort of just sketched out?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
At the end of the interview, was the defendant still a suspect?
Yes, she was.
During the course of that interview, did either you or Detective Susie take any cell phones from the defendant, Meagan Jackson?
Yes, Detective Susie did gather cell phones from Ms. Jackson.
Was that in your presence?
Yes, ma'am.
And was there a search warrant for those phones, if you know?
I believe there was.
Okay. Are you familiar with what an evidence record is for Horry County Police?
Yes, ma'am. I'm very familiar.
Figured you might be. Was an evidence record created for those phones?
Yes.
Any questions? Your Honor, actually, I'll enter this at this time, maybe I'll just enter it. State is offering State's Exhibit 18 into evidence, Your Honor.
Mr. Your Honor. State's Exhibit 18 admitted in evidence.
Thank you. You don't have to show this one. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 18. Is that an evidence? Well, first let me stop. Can you explain to the jury what an evidence record is used for?
Yeah, an evidence record is used to document when and where an item is collected, and any time it has changed hands, whether it's to be placed into evidence where it's taken by tech to be examined, or any piece of evidence is moved. Oftentimes we refer to it as a chain because it documents every movement of that piece of evidence.
Is this the chain or the evidence record for the two phones taken from Ms. Jackson that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the defendant give the passwords to both of those phones?
Yes, she did.
Are those passwords noted on the chain?
Yes, they are noted on the chain here with next to where the phones were collected.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you. Your Honor, at this time the State would proffer Exhibits 19 and 20, I believe, with no objection.
Any objection?
Mr. Your Honor.
State's Exhibits 19 and 20 admitted in evidence without objection.
I'm showing you State's Exhibits 19 and 20. Are those the phones that were taken from the defendant, Meagan Jackson, on October 23rd, 2020?
Yes, ma'am. These appear to be.
Court of indulgence. That's all I have for Sergeant Jackson. Just answer any questions for Mr. Britton, please.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Thank you for being here. So just give me an idea, what was your involvement in this?
I assisted Detective Susie in doing the interview with Ms. Jackson, and was there when he collected the phones, and was familiar with the timeline somewhat.
Okay. And when you say a timeline, was there like a document that was created titled like timeline?
Not that I observed. It was pretty much a sit rep or a situation report from other detectives of what it was.
Okay. Wasn't a cohesive timeline as it relates to what you remember?
I did not observe any kind of report that had the timeline on it. I was, again, informed by other detectives that had knowledge of it.
Okay. How long did you stay? I mean, did you go to these roundtables and get more information about the case, or was it just surveillance and picking up the phone?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand what you meant.
Was your only involvement surveillance? Did you go into the roundtables to discuss the case at large, get more information about it?
I don't recall that I'd done any of the roundtable meetings with that. As far as general discussion, it was basically a situation report or a briefing of the timeline and things that had transpired prior to the interview with Ms. Jackson.
Okay. And you remember what date that interview was?
October 23rd.
When that, on that photo we saw where vehicles coming into Arrowhead, who's driving?
You can't observe who's driving the vehicle from the photos that were taken from the LPR readers.
Okay. Anything on the vehicle on the way out? Any blood or anything on the vehicle?
Nothing that you can observe from the LPR reader.
Did you ever take the time to drive from Arrowhead to Flint Lake Apartments?
No, sir, I did not. I'm worked in the county for quite some time, so I have a vague rendition of how long most travel would take.
Okay. And what is your vague understanding of that?
From what 2 points again?
From this LPR that you showed us at Arrowhead there to the area of Flint Lake Apartments?
It's only a few minutes, if I recall correctly.
Okay. And so if it's a few minutes to get there and she enters at 10 o'clock, and what you just showed us is her exiting at 10:06, and it takes you a couple minutes to get there, she could kill the person at Flint Lake Apartments. Could she?
Lots of things can be done in a short period of time.
Okay. So just want to make sure I understand. It's your position that she enters at 10. It takes her, I think you said 2 to 3 minutes. Well, let's just say it's less. She has to shoot a person, get out, and get them, right? You can't just leave them there. Is that right?
Well, unless you would find the body there, no, it would have to be moved.
Okay. And we know this in this case it was moved. So if you've driven 2 minutes into Flint Lake Apartments area, you've had to get out and shoot somebody. You've had to get over there, right, and move the body. Sir, and then you have to put that into a vehicle, and then you've got to drive back out. Is that right, sir?
Yeah, based on the assumption of what you're going with here, yes.
Okay, you agree with that? And you would agree with me that that is a ridiculously tight time frame?
No, sir, not particularly. It's pretty easy to fire multiple shots from a weapon very rapidly.
Okay. And do that with nobody hearing it. And this was at 10 o'clock at night, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this murder is taking place at 10 o'clock at night in a densely populated area. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And nobody saw it, and nobody heard it. Is that right?
There were no reports of any shots being fired, no, sir. But that's not uncommon.
Okay. But you'd agree it's less common in a densely populated area?
You have the potential for more people to hear it, yes.
Okay. And, gunshots are typically loud. You agree with that, wouldn't you?
Gunshots are typically loud. I can say that I have investigated cases where individuals have actually committed suicide inside their own home and someone else sleeping in the other end of the home not hear it.
Okay. I just want to make sure, because you know just like I do, like the decibel levels over 100 for any 22.
I wasn't know the exact decibel levels. They're significantly quieter than most other handgun calibers.
Okay. So we sit here today, in all of your years of investigating, you can't tell the jury that 5 gunshots is loud.
Well, 5 gunshots indeed would be loud.
Okay. All right. And I just want to make sure it's clear, we're sitting here today, you're telling me you think it was physically possible, based on what you've provided, for her to enter Arrowhead, commit a murder, get a body into a van, and leave.
In a 6-minute time frame, yes, that's entirely possible.
Did you, on your phone records, take a peek at Greg Rice's?
I'm sorry.
Did you do any looking into Greg Rice's phone records?
I did get briefed on some of Mr. Rice's phone records.
Okay. And I think y'all even may have done an actual timeline.
I believe they did do a timeline on Mr. Rice's records as well.
Okay. And you would agree with me on the timeline that y'all created as part of your investigation. It has Greg Rice's phone leaving his apartment at 10:05.
Objection, Your Honor. Sergeant Jones has testified that he never saw the timeline. He said one was created, but he did not see it.
If he doesn't know, he can just answer that he doesn't know. Overruled. Go ahead.
I did not see the exact time that Mr. Rice's phone left his apartment, so to tell you the exact time of that, I'm not aware of it and don't have any knowledge of it, other than, like I said, a short briefing of it.
Okay. 2 people sneaking around who were having an affair that they're trying to hide. You don't see them being out there at the preserve as being inconsistent with them having an affair, do you?
That could, in fact, be consistent with having an affair and trying to hide.
Do you know who suggested going to the shooting range or the preserve on the 29th of September?
As far as between the...
I saw you were involved with the phone. Did you follow up on any of these phone records?
Again, I was briefed on the phone records. As far as me actually reading the phone records and what was taken from them, I did not read any of that personally.
That's fine. I want to be clear. Beg the court's indulgence, please. Thank you. What would you, in our tight time frame here, you would agree with me that at least in that 6-minute time period, if we're trying to accomplish something in a quick period of time, that there might need to be some effort to clean up what's left behind. Do you agree with that?
Objection calls for speculation.
Okay. Now, I can ask you a different, Your Honor. Someone was shot, according to y'all, 5 times in the Foot Lake apartment area. If there was blood from that shooting, y'all would know by now, wouldn't you?
You would assume that we would probably try to find some type of blood there, depending on the caliber and whether the subject was bleeding internally or externally.
Okay. And you would agree that y'all had plenty of time to identify any blood out there?
Yeah, if there was a potential for finding blood, I would think we would have found it if there was any there.
Okay. Do you know if there was, you keep saying potential, I just want to make sure I'm not missing something. Is there no potential for it?
Yes, there is potential. There's also the potential for it not to be there.
Okay.
That's why I say potential, because nothing is an exact.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Yes, sir.
You're right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Counsel kept asking you, well, no one heard the shots. In your mind, is there a difference between someone hearing the shots and reporting that they heard the shots?
Yes, ma'am. I can say personally that I live in a rural area of the county. I hear shots all the time. I obviously don't call the police for it. Again, there's a huge difference in someone hearing it and someone reporting it.
You talked a little bit about, and I don't know decibel levels or anything like that, but in your experience, is a .22 a gun that would be quieter or louder than, say, a .357?
22 would be much quieter than a .357, 9mm, or 38, or anything else of a larger caliber.
Counsel asked you if two people sneaking around, having an affair, going to the preserve would be consistent with them having an affair. Would it also be consistent, perhaps, with two people going there for target practice?
It is entirely possible to be going into preserve to target practice.
Counsel also asked you about finding blood in the Arrowhead community. Would the passage of more than 4 years from the date of the murder until knowledge of where the crime scene is affect your ability to find blood?
One good rain shower would affect that.
So 4 years would certainly affect it.
Quite a bit.
Nothing further, Your Honor. I would ask that Sergeant Jones be released from his subpoena.
Any objection?
That's right, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. You're free to go. Are you next witness?
No, the state calls Tom Morrison.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Could you just state your name and spell your last name for the court?
Thomas Morrison, Morrison.
Mr. Morrison, are you familiar with the Arrowhead development?
I am. I've lived there since 1998 and was the president of the HOA from 2010 till 2022.
You said since 1998.
Yes.
So have you seen a lot of changes in the Arrowhead community in that time?
We were the second homeowner to move into the neighborhood. So yes.
Yes. Are you familiar with kind of when things were built there and what parts were developed when?
Yes.
Can you tell me what part of Horry County the Arrowhead community is in?
We're in between Burkale Road and Clay Pond Road, so it's an unincorporated part of Horry County, and we're off the waterway, so we have three borders really: the waterway, Clay Pond, and Burkale are kind of our three borders.
And how many ways are there to get into the community?
There is only two drivable ways. One is off of Burkale Road and one is off of Clay Pond Road.
You said you were the Homeowners Association president?
Yes.
How long were you the HOA president?
I was on the board for 12 years.
Were you on the board as president back in October 2020?
Yes.
What were some of your duties and responsibilities back as the HOA president in 2020?
Overall, the maintenance, repairs, replacements of what goes on in the community, and at that period of time, I actually spearheaded putting the security camera systems in for the community.
Where were those security cameras located?
At the entrances and exits of Burkale and Clay Pond.
Okay. What about license plate readers?
They were put in at the same time.
And were those license plate readers located in those same two areas?
Yes.
Were you contacted by the Wayne County Police Department back in October of 2020 and asked about the security cameras?
I was.
What were you asked to look for?
I was asked to look for a silver Odyssey van at the time. And then I was in North Carolina working that day. So I was able to pull that footage up remotely because you could do it through the camera system. And when I told them I had that, then they asked for a bigger period of time, and we provided the images.
Do you remember what that time period was?
As far as date or?
The date and the length of the time period.
The original time period was 4 hours they were looking for, and then when I called them back and said, yes, we had the vehicle that they were looking for, they asked for a 24-hour time period.
And were you able to review that footage?
I was.
Did you see the Honda Odyssey van the police asked you to look for?
Yes.
Do you know whether Horry County PD was aware of the license plate readers at that point?
Not on the first call the first day. On the second call, on the next morning, we were able to tell them we could provide the license plate reader information.
Okay. And did the Horry County Police provide you with license tag numbers to look for?
They did.
Were you able to find those license tag numbers?
We were.
And what did you do then?
Those were given to the Horry County Police. I think it was Ken Marcus, Detective Ken Marcus.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked and admitted into evidence. The states number 10 and 11. Can you have a look at those?
Yep.
Are those copies of the images you provided to the Horry County Police Department?
They are. And
did those show the license plate number you were asked to look for?
Yes. Do you want me to read that? Or?
Yeah, you can read it.
It was RWN 362 and RWN 362.
Oh, were those at the Clay Pond entrance or the Burkell Road? Sorry.
Those were at the Burke Hill Road entrance side, I believe it was, right? Or was it the Clay Pond? I'm not. Let me take a look at that again.
I can bring it back.
Nope, I'm sorry. These were on the Clay Pond entrance side.
Thank you. Sorry, I took them away too fast. Of course, indulgence. Is it up here too?
It should be at the very back of the red file.
Oh, it's not. Well, I'm going to approach and show you what's been marked with States Exhibit 158. Can you look at this image and tell me what that depicts?
It depicts the villages of Arrowhead along with the Burke Hill Road and the Clay Pond Road. Mm-hmm. And then it shows the Flint Lake Apartments and the 8 acres and kind of goes across where the road would go over George Grissom to go over to the airport area.
You testified that you're familiar with kind of how things got developed there. Can you look at that picture and tell approximately what time period it's from, based on what houses exist or don't exist?
Yes. The houses on the 8-acre section next to Flint Lake were being built in 2020.
Okay.
So that picture, there's no homes in that picture being shown. So that was prior to anything being built on there. So that would have been early part of 2020.
Okay. Yeah, at this time the state seeks to introduce Exhibit 158 into evidence.
Any objection? No. State's Exhibit 158 admitted in objection.
Your Honor, may I have the witness step down to kind of point out some things on the
As long as it's by the microphone where the court reporter can pick up the testimony.
Okay, do you mind stepping down?
No.
Oh, you're gonna move it, publish that to the jury?
All right.
I'm gonna stand over here.
Okay.
Let you stand there.
How you doing, Mr. Morrison?
Okay, so tell the jury what we're kind of looking at here.
Okay, so this would be the clay pond. This is where the pictures were
Okay,
provided. Over here, this other loop around would be, this is Burkale Road. So there's this way in and out, and there's that way in and out. That's the only drivable roads. All of this in the middle here is the villages of Arrowhead.
okay. And can you show me where Flint Lake Apartments are located?
Flint Lake Apartments are this pod right here and that pod right there.
Okay, and then this area here, what is this?
We always refer to that as the 8 acres, because it's an 8-acre parcel, and that was purchased and then was being developed at that time.
Okay, that's back in 2020.
Yes.
What about some of these areas here?
These are all wooded areas. As you can see back here, there's a little bit of commercial, but this was all kind of wooded area back in those regions. As is over here, there's a bunch of wooded area off of Burkale, and there's some ponds down there that Horry County Police gets to come out too often because kids like to play and mess around back there.
Okay. What about this? What is this?
That's the Intercoastal Waterway.
So it looks like you're bordered by the Intercoastal Waterway, Clay Pond, Burkow, and then some wooded areas around there.
Yes.
And I think you testified to this, but I just want to be clear. Where were the license plate readers that you brought?
Right here. They were at that entrance and exit. The license plate readers read everything coming in and everything going out, as well as the images coming in and the images going out.
Of course, in those one. No further questions at this time. You can have a seat and answer any questions, Mr. Bateman.
Okay.
Cross-examination.
Mr. Morrison, how you doing today?
I'm doing good, sir.
Good. My name's Tom Brooklyn.
Nice to meet you.
Everything you testified to really is just about the layout and the equipment that you have, right?
Yes.
You didn't see anything live. You just looking at film and giving them film.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
You weren't, were you living there on 20th?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear anything? You shot?
No, but it's not uncommon in our neighborhood. Between Burkale and those and the Clay Pond area there, and the wooded areas, there's gunshots quite often.
How about in that parking lot where you got pictures of them in the vehicles? That ain't a wooded area.
What pictures in what view?
You give them pictures of them coming and going?
Yeah, that's at the entrance, the exit and entrance to Clay Pond.
And they got houses there, right?
There's houses at the end of that, yes.
So they could hear a gunshot. Do you live there?
I do. Yeah, I live in our.
that section?
No, I live in the other. I live on the Burkale section side.
But you didn't give them pictures of them going out in the woods anywhere, right?
No.
Okay. Now the area is well lit, isn't it?
The community itself.
Yeah.
The neighborhood had streetlights going down the main road, not where the construction was going on at that time.
Where you gave them a footage of the vehicle you described,
Yes.
that was well lit area.
It's lit. I wouldn't say well.
Well, you could put a camera out there and see the cars, right?
Yes, they're night vision.
Thank you.
Read the record.
Briefly, I believe defense counsel asked you about hearing gunshots.
Yes.
Your response was you hear them frequently.
We do hear gunshots in there frequently, and some people mistake between Beaver and Clay Pond and the wooded areas on both sections, there's a lot of people, as probably most of us in Horry County, you hear shots. But also at the time, the airport uses some shot frequencies to scare off predators. So you would hear them quite often because the airport from that area is only, I guess, a mile or a mile and a half as the crow flies. So we do hear it. I mean, and I'll just use myself as an example. Just a few weeks ago, I shot a copperhead in my backyard.
Did police show up at your house after you shot that copperhead?
They didn't, fortunately. But it was with 22 birdshot. But so it's not an uncommon thing. As the HOA president, we never really received calls on gunshots, but we would receive complaints like at a board meeting, why are we hearing gunshots or why do we hear the noise? And we are.
What did you do about it if you got those complaints?
We would just discuss, what our findings have been through the years, and I was there long enough to be able to know, they're usually coming from one of those other areas or somebody shooting off fireworks that people think might be a gunshot.
So I'm just to be clear, when you say people complain, did they call you at home and tell you they were hearing gunshots?
No, it would be at like a board meeting or a issue like that.
Yeah. Do you mind if stepping off again? I just want to clarify something about the lighting that was
Okay.
discussed. Thank you. We put up 158, please. Okay, before we do that, let's talk about, you were just saying, you've got some wooded areas, you said were there gunshots that you heard in those areas?
Yeah, see all this wooded area here? Mm-hmm. That was all undeveloped. In fact, the guy who owned that hunted and shot there quite often.
Okay.
So that was that area. And then over here off of Flint Lake, was wooded area, and there's a pond area down here that we call Crystal Lake. And it's an Army Corps pond that they put along the waterways. There's always people back there shooting and messing around. So that's why it's not uncommon in the community to do that.
So that happens all the time?
It does.
Okay. So we pointed out this area, I think you call it the 8 acres.
Yes.
That was being developed in 2020. Am I correct on that? Okay. Is this area well lit?
It was not lit at all at that point.
Okay.
There was no lighting in that section. Lighting did not come until the houses were all but completed and the infrastructure was put in.
Do you recall around what time those houses were completed?
The first people to move in were late 2020,
Okay.
and early going into 2021. And the last house right on the corner here was not completed until 2024.
Okay. So it's being developed.
Yes, I think it's 23 homes total that were built in that area.
Okay. No further questions. Oh, wait, sorry, just re-answering.
You had said about the lighting.
Oh, the fence goes on to about the lighting up here where the cars enter.
Yes.
So what was the lighting like there?
We have a street light in the middle of this here. There's only one, I believe, from this stretch here to that stretch there.
Okay.
There's one street light. But the card readers and so forth are infrared.
Okay, so from there to there, about how far is that?
From this entrance to that entrance is roughly a half mile, and roughly from this entrance to this entrance is about a half mile.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Stand right there. I'd like to ask just one or two questions.
Well, I said no repros.
Yonder, she brought in new elements.
You should have raised an objection. All right, you may step down.
Your Honor, I believe this would be a good time to break for lunch, as the next witness will be a little lengthy.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch. Again, we have lunch coming for you. I don't know if it's here yet or not, but you'll have plenty of time to eat. Please leave your notepads in the jury box. Do not discuss the case even among yourselves. Hope you have a good lunch, and we'll bring you back probably 1:30. All right, thanks very much. All right, anything from the state before we break for lunch?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
Nothing from this, Your Honor.
All right, I think lunch is supposed to get here for the jury around 12. So do y'all want to shoot for 1 or 1:30?
Your Honor, now, just if in anticipation of scheduling, lengthier 2 or just 1?
Pardon me?
Lengthier 2 witnesses a day or just 1? I'm talking about I couldn't remember what you said earlier, Mayor.
I would say 2 would be lengthy,
Okay.
but we have, yeah, I mean, I think even if we start back up at 1:30, which would be the state's suggestion, I think we still even have the potential to maybe end a little early, but certainly by 5.
All right.
That's no problem. I just want to make sure.
All right, we'll do recess for 1:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Anything from the state before we bring the jury in?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jury in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Hope everyone had a good lunch. Please make sure you have your own notepads and you don't have anybody else's notepads. We're ready to resume the trial of the case. The state can call your next witness.
Sir, the state calls Chad Smith.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Could you just state your name and then spell your last name for the court?
My name is Chad Smith, S-M-I-T-H.
Where do you work?
I work at the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, commonly known as SLED. Specifically, I work in the firearms department at SLED's Forensic Services Laboratory in Columbia.
Could you just tell me briefly, what is SLED?
SLED is an assisting agency for state and agencies that require additional manpower. We also operate a full-service forensics laboratory, so agencies throughout the state bring us evidence to be analyzed and examined, mostly for court purposes.
How long have you worked at SLED?
This November will be 17 years.
What's your current assignment there?
I'm a firearms examiner, which is a forensic scientist position.
And have you been at that position the entire time you've been at SLED?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your educational background?
Well, I attended Clemson University, where I earned a Bachelor's of Science degree in Biological Sciences, and I worked for Clemson for several years before coming on board at SLED. When I started my training program at SLED, it's last several years. It involves extensive reading and studying. There are multiple examinations and tests given during that time. I also attended various classes and seminars, toured several firearms manufacturing facilities, and then later I helped the other examiners prepare their casework. At the end of the training, I received a comprehensive multi-part examination, which I successfully completed, and then I began to receive my own casework.
In addition to that exam that you passed at the completion of your training, do you also take regular proficiency exams?
Yes, ma'am.
How often do you take those?
We're on a cycle, so every year we take a certain discipline of our field.
And have you ever failed any of those proficiency exams?
Not that I know of.
So tell me, what does a forensic scientist in the firearms department do?
Well, our main responsibility is the examination of firearms, ammunition, and ammunition components, such as bullets and cartridge cases. The main goal is to try to identify if a particular bullet or cartridge case was fired by a specific firearm. We also do serial number restorations on firearms that have had their serial numbers obliterated. I also assist with the destruction of firearms that agencies throughout the state bring us to be destroyed.
Okay, let's turn our attention specifically to bullets. What are the different parts of a bullet called?
Well, if you're referring to what a cartridge is called, a cartridge, you start with a cartridge. A cartridge is an unfired round of ammunition. A lot of people just call it a bullet, but you see a lot on television, but technically that's not correct. We're big on terminology in our department. So if you start with an unfired round of ammunition, it's basically made of several components. You have the cartridge case, which is basically the container for all the other parts. The gunpowder goes inside the cartridge case. At the top of the cartridge case is open, where the bullet, which is the actual projectile, that's seated at the top of the cartridge case. At the bottom would be the primer area. The primer is what's struck by the firing pin of the firearm, which basically causes a controlled tiny explosion, and that ignites the gunpowder, and then volume of gas builds up, and that's basically what forces the bullet down the barrel.
What are the two broad categories of handguns?
The two most common would be a revolver and a semi-automatic pistol.
Okay, and can you briefly describe the difference in those two types of handguns?
A revolver, if you've seen any of the old Western type movies, that's typically what they use. It has what's called a cylinder. And the cylinder has holes drilled through it, which are called chambers. So the cartridges go in the chamber, and then when you fire, that cylinder rotates, so it revolves. That's why I call it a revolver. So every shot is one cartridge in its own chamber. Semi-automatic pistol uses what's called a magazine, which is basically a separate component. The cartridges go in the magazine, loaded into the firearm, and then you have to chamber around. Usually you pull back on a slide, release it, go, let it go, and that chambers the topmost cartridge in the magazine into the chamber, and it's ready for firing. So every pull of the trigger for semi-automatic means one round is fired. So it's basically a machine that it cycles as you're firing. Pull one, trigger pull, that fires a cartridge. Bullet goes down the barrel. Cartridge cases, typically, if the firearm is working correctly, extracted and ejected out of the firearm, and then the cycle is repeated for every pull of the trigger.
You said a second ago that one of your duties and responsibilities is firearms identification. What exactly is that?
Firearms identification is a field of forensic science where you try to determine if a specific ammunition component was fired by a particular firearm. And how we do that is we have what's called a comparison microscope. Each examiner has one, and it's basically two microscopes. It's connected by an optical bridge system, so you look through it, and you can compare two samples simultaneously. You can compare a bullet with a bullet and a cartridge case with a cartridge case, and you're looking for the markings that are on those items that were created during the firing process. So the various components of the firearm, when they come in contact with a bullet or a cartridge case, basically leave tool marks behind on those items. So those tool marks is what we're looking at to try to determine if it's fired by a particular firearm.
Approximately how many examinations have you performed in the fields of firearms identification?
Well, each case can have multiple examinations, so taking that into consideration, it would be thousands of actual examinations.
Have you ever testified as an expert in that field before?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times?
116 times, and that's with state and federal.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to qualify this witness as an expert in the field of firearms identification.
No, no.
All right, I find this witness to be an expert in the field of firearm identification. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll give you some instructions on expert testimony when I charge you on the law. But all you need to know at this point in time is that typically a witness can only testify as to his or her personal observations. what they saw, what they heard, what they tasted, things of that nature. There is an exception for witnesses who are qualified as experts, which means that in addition to his personal observations, he can render an opinion in the field in which he's qualified as an expert. All right?
Thank you. Can you tell me in very general terms how you conduct your examination?
So depending on what types of evidence we get, if we get projectiles, bullets, we would basically, with all the evidence, we photograph it when we receive it, make sure everything that what we're supposed to get is what was received, and then we go into the start examination process. Photograph the evidence, start taking notes on our worksheets, noting conditions of evidence. With the bullets, first thing we try to do is determine what sort of caliber those bullets may be. That's basically determined by mostly measuring the diameter of the bullet, if it's in good enough shape, weighing the bullet, and basically it's just overall characteristics come into play to try to help determine what caliber it may be. With cartridge cases, it's basically the same thing, but the calibers would be listed on the cartridge case most of the time. If you have a firearm, then we test fire the firearm, make sure it's functioning correctly, then we can compare test samples from when we test fire it to evidence cartridge cases or evidence bullets, and that's how we make our determinations.
What kind of equipment do you use to perform that examination?
Comparison microscope it would be what each examiner uses.
Okay. What types of conclusions are you able to draw?
So we have 4 basic types of conclusions. We have a positive, which means that it's basically a match. If you have a cartridge case or a bullet, it was fired by that particular firearm. We have a negative, which would mean it was not fired by that particular firearm. Then we have unsuitable, which means that basically the evidence itself, the cartridge case or bullet, is too damaged or there's not enough markings on it suitable for identification. And then we have an inconclusive, which means it may be fired by the same firearm or potentially not fired by the same firearm. There are just not enough markings there to determine whether it was or not.
Does SLED have a method of tracking the movement of items of evidence from submission until the items are returned to the submitting agency?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that document contain the name of all individuals who handle an item of evidence?
Correct.
Was such a chain kept in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 141. Is that a copy of the SLED chain of evidence form for this case?
It appears to be.
How can you tell?
Well, it's got South Carolina Law Enforcement Division at the top, chain of custody, the lab number, which is our case number, prepared for release, and it's got everyone listed when the evidence is transferred.
Does that lab number match the lab number for the items of evidence you examined in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that document kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time the State would seek to admit Exhibit 141 in evidence.
Exactly.
I don't believe it's relevant based on the earlier conversation we had about weapons.
What's the relevance?
It's bullets. They examined the bullets from the autopsy that were retrieved from the victim, Your Honor.
All right, I'll admit State's Exhibit 141 over defendant's objection.
Thank you. So we just talked about lab number L20-17755. Were you asked to examine some items for that lab number?
Yes, ma'am.
When you completed your examination, did you put those results in a report?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a report that you can refer to if you need it?
I do.
Okay. I just asked that you refer to it if you did and turn it over if you don't. Okay, were you given some projectiles to examine?
I was.
I'm approaching with what's been previously admitted into evidence of State's Exhibit number 139. Are those the items that you examined?
Yes, ma'am. These are projectiles. Some of them I can tell were fired bullets. Some of them were just pieces of lead. I can't tell if they were bullet or not.
Can you tell that those are the ones you examined there?
Yes, ma'am. They're in the same packaging as when I sealed it up. The original packaging, the items in there, and my seal date and initials.
Okay. Now let's turn to the fired projectiles from the autopsy. So what, if anything, were you able to conclude about them? Let's start with sled item 40.
Sled item 40 is a piece of lead. Basically, again, I can't tell if it was part of a bullet or part of something else. Didn't have any marks of value on it, so it was unsuitable for identification with another item of evidence. That's basically all I could tell from that item.
Did the submitting agency indicate where that item was taken from?
It did. On the description of the item, it did have a location.
What was that location?
From victim's brain.
Would a bullet fired through a human skull suffer damage?
Yes, ma'am, it could. Whenever a bullet hits something, depending on what that object is, it could fragment, it could deform. It just depends on what it hits.
Is sled item 40 consistent with the damage that could occur if a bullet is fired through a human skull?
Well, it could. Again, I can't tell if it's a bullet or not, but it would be consistent with.
Okay. Let's look at sled items 37, 38, 39, and 41. Are those the other 4 items you were asked to examine?
Yes, ma'am. Those I could tell were fired bullets. There was enough material left on them that I could tell were actually fired bullets.
Okay. Could you tell what caliber they were?
Yes, ma'am. Based on their observable physical characteristics, again, construction, the weight, diameter, they are most consistent with being loaded into .22 long rifle caliber cartridges.
Okay. Now, I'm a layperson. You said a long rifle. Does that mean that those cartridges could only be fired by a rifle?
No, ma'am. Long rifle just denotes the designation or the name of that specific cartridge. Any firearm chambered for .22 long rifle can fire those cartridges.
Were you able to tell whether those fired bullets were fired from the same gun?
The results of those conclusions were inconclusive, basically due to damage and not enough markings, corresponding markings on those items, so it would be inconclusive. Can't tell if they were fired by the same gun or by more than one firearm.
Okay. Did the submitting agency indicated where those items were taken from?
They did.
And can you just tell me just go through each one.
Item 37 is listed as being from victim's chest. Item 38 listed as from victim's leg. 39 from victim's right pelvis. 41 from sacral area of victim.
Okay. Now you said you couldn't tell if they were fired by the same gun, but based on the rifling you examined, were you able to generate a list of firearms that could have fired the bullets you examined?
It's in my case file. We can generate a potential list of firearms that could have fired those bullets based on its characteristics. The list was extensive. It had a lot of makes and models on there. So I just included it in my case file and did not report it due to the length of that list.
Okay. The witness can testify regarding whether or not this make and manufacturer of gun could have fired the bullets that he found. Thank you. I'm approaching with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 67. Can you examine that box first?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's just a box.
It is a box.
And can you tell what kind of firearm that box goes to?
This appears to be a factory container, factory packaging for a Ruger pistol.
Okay. And can you tell, based on the make and model of that firearm that that's a box for, whether or not that firearm could have fired the bullets that you examined?
Well, listed on the box itself, it does say caliber .22 long rifle, and Ruger was on the list of those potential manufacturers.
Okay, thank you. Please answer any questions that the defense may have.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Your job has you always testifying for the state, right?
No, ma'am, or no, sir. Sometimes I testify, whoever needs my testimony, federal court, solicitor's office, defense, perhaps.
And in this case, after using all your procedures, the microscopes, your training, you didn't determine any gun that was a murder weapon.
Correct. We did not have the firearm that matched that firearm, or those fired our bullets.
So all the stuff you did proved that those weapons weren't murder weapons.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approve?
May we, yeah.
You identified no murder weapon.
Correct.
Thank you. Go for it.
All right, ready, ready.
Of course, industrial minor. No further questions.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, yeah. May this witness be released from this opinion, Your Honor?
Any judge.
Nothing defense, Your Honor.
All right, he's free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may we just see if our next proposed witness is here? Is that for Hodges Act? Okay, so.
May I please the court, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state calls Becky Phillips.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and then spell your last name for the court.
My name is Rebecca Phillips, Phillips.
Sergeant Phillips, where do you work?
I currently work at the Horry County Police Department.
How long have you worked at the Horry County Police Department?
Come December will be 25 years.
What's your current assignment there?
My current assignment is with the hiring and recruiting unit, so I'm a recruiter.
Okay. How long have you had that position?
Approximately 2 years.
What was your assignment before you got your current position?
I was assigned to the crime scene unit for 5.5 years.
What were some of your duties and responsibilities in the crime scene unit?
I started out as a senior detective, answering, going to crime scenes, being on call, collecting evidence, documenting the scene, and taking items to SLED.
When you, at the end of your tenure in crime scene, were you the sergeant in that department?
I was.
And what were some of your duties as the sergeant?
As a sergeant, I supervised individuals that were also on call. I would respond with them to answer the call-outs, help them process the scenes, document the scenes.
What sort of special training did you receive in order to work in crime scene investigations?
I've taken various classes and been to various schools to include crime scene processing, crime scene management, fingerprint analysis, palm analysis, and a lot of my training was on-the-job training.
Okay. So did you respond to a whole lot of crime scenes?
Yes.
Okay. How are cases assigned to crime scene investigators?
So we are assigned a week at a time to be on call, and it just happened to be whoever's on call gets that scene.
Okay. Were you assigned to investigate into an investigation to what was originally a missing persons investigation into the disappearance of Gregory Rice?
Yes.
How did you get involved in that investigation?
I was asked to respond and assist by Sergeant Heather Wilson, and we responded to the location with the case agent in order to assist.
Okay. You said the location. What location did you respond to?
Flint Lake Apartments, apartment D640.
What was the significance of that location?
That was the victim, Greg Rice's apartment.
Do you recall, and you may have said this and I missed it, approximately what date did you respond there?
October 16th, 2020.
At that time, was this still a missing persons investigation or a homicide investigation?
It was still a missing persons.
Okay. Is that apartment located in Myrtle Beach section of Horry County?
It is.
Did any other crime scene personnel respond with you that day?
Yes. Heather Wilson and Stephen Daly.
What about investigators? Did any investigators assist you that day?
Detectives were Detective Susie, Skele, Edwards, and Daly. Yeah.
Okay. What information did you have prior to your search?
That the victim had been missing, was reported missing. Last time they were seen was on October 2nd.
Okay. Do you know if this was the first time that apartment was searched?
It was searched by the detectives prior to us getting there at a previous date.
Okay.
It was not the first time.
What specifically, what items were you told to look for? What were you looking for when you searched that apartment?
Any items of evidentiary value that could give us an idea to see where, or to give us an idea where the victim would be. He was still missing.
Okay. What about the condition of the apartment itself? Were you looking at that?
Yes.
What did you note about that?
It was, when we do our investigations, we take pictures on the outside and the inside prior to our search. And where we enter the apartment, we notate and photograph the door and the door frame and the locking mechanism, and to see if there was any forced entry, and there was none.
Okay. Were you also looking for items of electronic evidence?
Yes.
Why was that?
Just to see if the victim was communicating with anybody prior to him going missing.
Okay. Let's get back to your arrival at this location, the victim's apartment. Can you just describe what it was, what it looked like?
It's an apartment complex, multi-unit or multi-building. His particular unit was a 2-story, but the apartments were a single story. It was a 2-bedroom, kitchen, living room. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have a standard procedure that you follow when you begin processing a scene?
Yes.
What's the first thing you do?
We document with photography. I usually try to get a cross-street photograph or a sign.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
I'm approaching with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 72, 73, 74, 75, and 76. Will you look at these?
These are the photographs that I took that day of the search warrant of the victim's apartment, and the first photograph is the sign that is posted at the front before you go in.
And are these photographs fair and accurate? They look like what you actually saw that day?
Yes.
Now, at this time, the state is seeking to introduce 72, 73, 74, 75, and 76 into evidence and publish them to the jury.
Any objection?
Without objection.
All right, States Exhibits 72, 73, 74, 75, and 76 are admitted.
We have 72, please. Okay, this is the first picture, and you just described it.
Yes.
What is this showing?
That is just the sign when you first go into the apartment complex.
Okay, can we have a 73, please? What is this one?
That is the front of the unit 640.
Okay.
And the front porch is to the right. The victim's unit is the front porch on the right.
So is that door you see there the victim's door, the door to his unit?
No.
No. Okay, so let's go to 74. Okay, how about this one?
That is the front of his unit, and it appears like the door is open.
Okay, is that the door that goes into
Yes.
his unit? Okay. And can you see a little front porch area there too?
Yes.
Let's have 75. What is this?
That is just the side of the unit.
Okay. And then 76.
That is the locking or the door frame of the unit, Unit D.
And why did you take a picture of that?
That is just to document that there was no forced entry.
Okay. Okay, can you describe to me the interior of the apartment?
The interior of the apartment, when you first walk in, is the living room area. You go to the right is the kitchen and the laundry room area. And you go straight in is where the master bedroom is in the back, and then there's another bedroom on the left, and the bathrooms.
What about the condition of the apartment? What did it look like?
The apartment was cluttered, relatively clean. There was still trash in the trash can.
Did you see any signs of drug use?
No.
Did you see any signs of a struggle that you could tell?
No.
While you were there, did you search the master bedroom?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you locate there?
The master bedroom?
I'm sorry. No. This, well, I can show her the evidence. After you, did you locate a number of items in the apartment that you see?
Yes.
Okay. After you finished searching and collecting items, did you do anything else to process that apartment?
I did. So we use a chemical called LCV, Leuco Crystal Violet. It's a chemical that when it reacts or sprayed on blood and blood fluid, it will turn purple. So that chemical attaches to the hemoglobin in the blood.
Okay. And in this case, did you find a color change anywhere in Greg Rice's apartment?
No.
What did that mean to you?
It meant and suggested that there was no crime of any altercation where bloodletting had occurred.
Okay. Did you at that point have any reason to look for a crime scene beyond the bounds of the apartment or the immediate area outside?
No.
Do you recall when you learned the location of the crime scene where the murder occurred?
December of 2024.
And how long after the date you went out there was that? Approximately
4 years.
Does the passage of more than 4 years affect whether or not you're able to process a crime scene?
It does. The location, the number of years, from rain to other people to vehicles can all disturb a crime scene.
Okay.
Did you also execute or help execute a search warrant into a 2014 Honda Civic that belonged to Greg Rice?
I did.
When did you do that?
October 19th?
And did you seize anything from that car?
No.
Why was nothing seized?
It did not appear that any altercation had occurred in the vehicle, and at that time we did not believe the vehicle was involved.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention to October 23rd, 2010. Did you participate and execute a search warrant on Meagan Jackson's residence on that day?
I did.
And at that time, was this a homicide investigation or a missing persons investigation?
At that time, it was still a missing persons investigation.
And what was the address of that residence?
River 218.
Okay.
Is that?
And did you collect anything relevant that day?
We collected digital media just to see if there was anything that could give us an idea or an investigative lead to where the victim had gone.
Moving forward to October 27th, 2020, did you execute a search warrant on a 2008 Honda Odyssey van that was also driven by Meagan Jackson?
I did.
Had you seen that car before?
Yes.
Why had you seen it before?
The vehicle had been used multiple times for body transport, and as part of the normal job that Meagan Jackson and I would end up at crime scenes, and she would be there to transport the body.
Did she also load the bodies into the van?
Yes.
Did the fact that that van was used for the purpose of transporting bodies affect your ability to process that van?
Yes. With the amount of bodies and just the utilization of that van and various reasons why the possibility of lots of mixtures of DNA, blood, bodily fluids in that van.
So was that particularly challenging?
Yes.
Okay, did you also execute a search warrant on Christopher Dontell's work car, a 2017 silver Ford Explorer?
I did.
Did you recognize that car?
Yes.
And how did you recognize that car?
He would be the deputy coroner that would respond to the same cases that I was working.
Okay. Can you tell me what the interior of that car looked like when you examined it?
It was very cluttered. There were car seats, leftover food containers. It appeared in the back hatch that items that he used for work were just thrown back there, no organization.
Okay. You mentioned LCD that you used earlier. Did you use any similar substance to look for evidence in that vehicle?
We did, and we used Blue Star, which is also commonly known as luminol. In low light situations, we can use that to spray on an area, and it will fluoresce for a very short time, and that can provide us an area to possibly take a swab from.
Did any of those areas yield a positive reaction?
It did.
And of those areas, did any of those yield any information relevant to this case?
I don't believe so.
At some point, and I believe we've already established that this was, at the time you examined these items, Greg Rice's body had not been found. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. At some point, did you learn that Gregory Rice's body had been found?
I did.
And at that point, did you also learn that that Explorer had been used to transport the victim's body to the dump site?
Yes, I was advised.
Okay. Did you try to conduct an additional search of that vehicle at that time?
We did.
And were you able to do that?
We were not.
Why was that?
It had already been cleaned and released and sold, I believe, by the county.
By the coroner's?
Yes, by the coroner's office.
Okay. All right. I know you did a lot of things here, so moving forward to November 12, 2020, Did you execute a search warrant at the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home in Myrtle Beach?
We did. I did.
Well, can you tell me approximately where that's located?
I call it the back gate area. It's also the entrance to Market Commons.
And at the time, on that day, had Gregory Rice's body been found?
Yes.
Okay. So why did you search the funeral home at that time?
We were attempting to find a crime scene at that time.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked 86, 87, 88, 89, and 90. Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, those are the photographs that I took that day at the funeral home.
Okay. And are these photographs fair and accurate? Do they look like what it actually looked like that day in real life?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, State 600 86, 87, 88, and 90 into evidence.
86, 87,
89 and 90.
88. All right, states exhibits 86, 87, 88, 89, and 90 are admitted into evidence without objection.
We have 86, please. And published, Your Honor. Thank you. Okay, so you described when you went to Greg Rice's apartment that you began by taking over all photos. Is that?
Yes.
Do you do the same procedure every time?
Yes.
Okay. So what is this picture?
So that is the front of the funeral home.
Okay, let's go to 87.
That is the south end of the funeral home, and it shows the roll top door and the stack of the crematorium.
Okay, what 88?
That is just another rear view of the funeral home showing the back door.
And 89?
That is the north side of the funeral home, another roll top garage door.
You can take that. Okay. And while you were out there, did you notice anything relevant to this investigation in the exterior of that building?
Yes.
Did you photograph and collect it?
Yes.
What did you notice?
There was a zip tie, black and color zip tie on the ground.
All right, this I'm going to show you. Can we have 90, please? Okay, is this a photograph of the zip tie you found that day?
Yes,
Did you collect that big zip tie?
I did.
And I've just handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 91. Is that zip tie you found that day?
Yes.
How can you tell?
It has my initials on it.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the State seeks to introduce Exhibit 91 in evidence and publish to the jury.
You, no objection. States exhibit 91 admitted into evidence.
After completing these overall photos and collecting the zip tie, did you move to the interior of that building?
I did.
Can you describe what it looks like when you first walk in there?
When you first walk in, there's a ramp that they use to bring the bodies in and out. And when you go through the back door, there's another ramp to the garage that contains 2 coolers to place bodies in different stages or processing through the funeral home. And straight through, you have a kitchen, you have all the business offices in the front of the funeral home, a kitchen, some viewing rooms, and a chapel. And to the left, through the back door, you have a little holding room, then the embalming room where they process the bodies, and then further to the left, another ramp, and that's where the crematorium is.
Okay. Did you mention coolers? I believe you did.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Did you take a picture of those items?
I did.
I'm going to approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 102, 105, and 96. Let's start with 102 and 105. Are those photographs you took there?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Are they fair and accurate representations of what it actually looked like?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state seeks to introduce 102 and 105 into evidence and publish to the jury.
Any objection?
No.
State's exhibits 102 and 105 admitted into evidence without objection.
Can we have 102, please? What are we looking at in this photo?
That is a view of two coolers that are used to hold bodies.
So the bodies just go inside and close the door?
Yes.
Okay. Let's look at 105, please. Okay. What is this picture?
That is a view of a stack of cardboard boxes that they use to store some of the bodies in for various reasons.
Okay. Do you have to put them together first?
You have to fold them like a normal box.
Okay. And then to the left there, what is that you can see?
That's the cooler on the right.
Okay, is that the same cooler? Can we go back to 102, please? Just, I think you can see the boxes in 102 as well.
Yes, to the right.
Okay,
Mhm.
so there they are.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Did you also locate some items of relevance at the Myrtle Beach funeral home, other than the zip tie and these photos?
I did.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 96. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, that is my photograph.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of what you actually saw that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state seeks to introduce Exhibit 96 into evidence and publish to the jury.
Any objection?
It's the one I just showed.
All right, State's exhibit 96 admitted into evidence without objection.
We have 96 and published to.
All right.
Okay. Why did you take this picture?
That is a picture in the embalming room of some sheets that were folded up in the cabinet.
And did anything strike you about those sheets?
Yes. The one you see there, marked my item 20, is a white sheet with a blue thread.
Why was that? Why did that catch your attention?
It is similar to the one that was recovered with the victim.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 132. Is that the sheet? Did you collect that sheet, first of all?
Yes, my initials and the date, and that is the sheet.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would like to admit Exhibit 132 into evidence and publish to the jury.
Any objection?
Yes. I don't believe it's being used and accepted as proof of its similarity with any other apparel, clothing, blanket, sheets. It's not relevant.
All right. State's exhibit 132 admitted into evidence over the fitness of judge.
Your Honor, I'm going to publish it.
Turn it down.
Did you take any DNA swabs from anywhere in the funeral?
We did.
From where?
At the back door, at the ramp, on the wall behind the cooler, I believe in the embalming room.
Did any of those yield any information relevant to this case?
No.
And you've already described the particular challenges you faced in processing the body transport van. Were there any particular challenges you faced in processing the funeral home?
Yes, the same challenges, the way that the building is utilized through the process of multiple deceased people for various reasons.
Okay. I'm going to turn your attention to November 17, 2020. Did you on that day process items of evidence that had previously been seized?
I did.
Okay, when you process items, do you take photos of them?
I do.
On 106, we had kept based on previous objection to a box. Other than that, we have no objection to 107. All right. What is 106?
That's what the prior witness testified to.
Yes, sir. It's the side one.
All right, State's Exhibit 106 admitted into evidence over defendant's objection. State's Exhibit 107 admitted into evidence without objection.
Okay. I'm going to first show you what's been marked as States 106.
That is my photograph.
Okay. And what does
in the
that-
lab.
Can we put 106? May we publish these to the jury?
Yes.
106 up on the TV. And we've seen this. Do you know where that item was seized from?
Meagan Jackson's house.
Okay. And were you able to locate a serial number on that box that goes with the gun?
Yes.
And just to be clear, was there a gun in that box?
No.
Okay. And based on the serial number, did law enforcement, were you able to perform a trace on that gun?
Yes.
And how did you do that?
We sign into what's called E-Trace, which is through the ATF, and we notate the information on the box, but we notate that it was a box only, and it provides or can provide the purchaser or owner information.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit 107. Is that a certified copy of that trace performed on that gun?
It is.
Okay. And if you don't mind, who does it show is the purchaser of that gun?
Gregory Vincent Rice.
And were you able to perform a search to determine if that gun had ever been reported stolen?
Yes.
Was it ever reported stolen?
No.
And again, where was it found?
Meagan Jackson's house, residence.
In addition to everything else we've talked about, you did quite a lot, were you also tasked with taking certain items of evidence to SLED, the State Law Enforcement Division?
I was.
And what does that entail? How do you do that?
We decide what we feel needs to go to SLED, and we request further processing. I will sign out the items from evidence, place them in my vehicle, and immediately travel to SLED in Columbia to be turned over to their evidence division.
Okay, and are those items, when you take them to SLED, in your sole custody and control?
Yes.
I'm just going to show you quickly what's been previously admitted as evidence. As 141, there's some orange tabs on here because you did a lot of stuff. Do you mind just looking at that and verifying that you actually transported those items to SLED?
Solicitor, I do not see my name on this one.
It's just the orange ones. I'm sorry. There's a lot. I have the help you.
Submitted by. Oh, that's returned. Okay. Yeah, submitted by. I'm sorry. Yeah, submitted by me.
Sorry.
I was looking for the
at another
signature.
one.
Only one can talk at a time because the court reporter can't kick you. But
Sorry.
So my name is in there, submitted by. Looking for the signature. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you, Sergeant Phillips. Please answer any questions that Vince may have.
How you doing?
Good.
Good. You were just talking about showing pictures of Myrtle Beach Funeral Home.
Yes, sir.
When were you out there looking at the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home?
The 17th, I believe. October.
What year?
2020.
Okay. So at that time, were you investigating it as a possible scene of the crime?
I was.
Okay. And you've introduced the objects that you took from there, and you've gone over and told us that's exhaustive, and you don't have anything else that you collected there.
I did collect other items, but they are not the items that are submitted to court at this time.
Okay. So these are the only ones that have been put into evidence, right?
All of the items are submitted to evidence.
Okay. Have you investigated another crime scene in connection with this issue?
No.
Okay. You investigated a missing person at Mr. Rice's apartment, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. But you didn't do any investigation after the quote crime scene changed. You heard about that, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't go out to that area and conduct any kind of search in December of 2024?
No, I was not assigned to crime scene at the time.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that DNA lasts a long time?
It depends on where it's left, what it's left on, and the weather.
Well, they dug up bodies that still have it, right? That's true.
I'm not a DNA expert.
All right, thank you.
That goes towards Your Honor.
all right.
I think in your report, was there a toothbrush that you collected?
There was.
Okay. And you submitted that to SLED?
I did.
Your Honor, may we approach?
you collected that were transported to SLED
Yes, sir.
were done by you personally?
What do you mean by done? Collected by?
Taken?
Oh,
and
taken.
handed off to the,
Yes.
that you did it? You handed it?
That's what the report says submitted.
But you remember doing that, right?
That was 5 years ago, or close to 5 years ago, but that's why I used the documentation in the chain.
Well, I understand it's a problem for all of us for length of time, but you don't remember delivering those items personally.
I've delivered tons of items to SLED. If the report says that I submitted it and I took it to SLED, then I did.
Was Dudley involved in this?
She is the supervisor over evidence.
Did she
Not
go
sure.
with you? I'm sorry. Did she go with you to SLED?
No.
Your Honor, may we approach again?
All right. As a matter of law, I need to take up with the attorney, so I'm going to excuse you back in the jury room for just a few minutes. And I'll tell you why we do this. It's not that we're trying to hide anything from you or keep anything from you. But as I told you in the opening charges, you and you alone decide the facts of this case. And you decide those facts based upon the testimony of witnesses and any other exhibits that are introduced into evidence. I decide the law. Well, there's an issue of law that has come up. When I discuss the law with the attorneys, it often requires us to reference factual issues. But what I say and what the attorneys say is not evidence. So we don't want you to be influenced by anything that we say when we discuss the law. We don't want that to influence your decision as to what the facts are. And that's why we excuse you back in the jury room. In any event, it'll give you a little break. Leave your notepads in the jury box. Do not discuss the case, and we'll bring you back out in just a minute.
Your Honor, and I am, if I am incorrect on this, because I am the last person that would ever even jump up to any kind of conclusion on this kind of things. But if I am correct in hearing what Captain Phillips said, all evidence or all items they collect are sent to SLED. I believe that was read, I believe she testified to that. If that is true, then that means that the toothbrush that she listed would have also gone to SLED. She would have submitted it. We then had a little quick discussion. He asked if the toothbrush went to SLED. He asked if Lori Dudley took the toothbrush to SLED. Captain Phillips said, no, man, we don't have to answer you, right? She said no. We can read it all back. I have something on my phone that says otherwise. And that's the problem. Well, the problem is I really would not wish to air that out in public. And the fact that I don't want to make accusations because I know this person to be a very good person. And I think this is just a slip up, but I want to make sure it is noted because I have been.
Well, I haven't seen your phone. You're going to have to address it.
Yes,
You want
sir.
to put it in the record. You're going to have to, for the court to address it, it's going to have to be put in the record.
Ma'am,
May I?
may I have a brief moment of indulgence?
Yes, you can take whatever time you need, but I can't address anything that's not part of the record.
Mr. I believe I can clearly.
No.
I understand. Your Honor, may I approach? Your Honor? I'll be happy.
I'm not gonna be looking at any phones or anything
Yes, sir.
like that.
The chain is right here.
I understand.
But he's saying,
I'm saying that that's not the problem.
But this chain matches what he's saying, and that's not what the witness testified to. What I asked the witness
I
was.
heard
this-
what she testified to.
Yeah, Your Honor, and
Now, he's saying, are you saying what's on your phone is what they have put in?
it's the same thing,
Is
right?
that it?
If we were to believe what the testimony has been said so far, Your Honor, then she says that she collected all of the evidence and sent it, took it, personally delivered it to read.
Please read it back when I
Read it back,
asked her what
'cause
she said.
Hold it. On your phone, is that what she has?
Are you talking the toothbrush?
Now, when I say what she has, so we have a clear record, what is that? That's State's Exhibit what?
This is State's Exhibit 141. Item 1 on the sled chain of custody is one heat seal pouch containing a toothbrush of Gregory Rice Alternative Standard. It was submitted by Lori Dudley of the Horry County Police Department. When I questioned this witness, I handed her this document which has a number of orange tabs on it. I said, please look at the tab items. You took a lot of items to SLED. Will you verify that you took those items to SLED? And that's what she did. She never testified that she took a toothbrush to SLED or that she took every item of evidence collected in this case to SLED. That would be absurd.
Read it back.
She said the tab items.
I understood that she said she took the items to SLED.
Certain items of evidence.
She said toothbrush.
She said toothbrush.
So we got a problem.
Well, I mean, you
Did
can
she
bring-
said that she submitted, I'm
We
sorry, I'm
can
not
read
trying
it
to talk
back,
over your
Your
honor. She said she submitted the items into evidence, not that she took them to SLED, and I think you should read it back, because that's what I heard.
All right, let's put back what she just testified to under cross-examination. Now, Mr. Britton, when he came back up, they took a little break. And
Is after I asked the approach, Your Honor.
Tommy Britton and Case Britton talked, so start right there.
I think in your report, was there a toothbrush that you collected?
There was.
And you submitted that to SLED?
I did.
Maybe the approach.
All right, that's fine. He said she submitted it to SLED.
Well,
And that's because he doesn't say that at all.
well, Your Honor,
Well, what are you asking me to do? I mean, we're in cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
You can bring out any discrepancy.
Yes, sir.
On cross-examination.
And Your Honor, the reason I wanted to approach this topic is because it's not my office. And unfortunately, I'm trying to abide by what we need to do here so we can keep on page. But that information came solely to me. I do not believe that it has been sent to me in any kind of way to read. But the problem for me, Your Honor, personally, is I have a complaint filed against me already in this case, prior. I don't know how to address that without bringing up everything, because everything that gets done is going to be scrutinized for me for later. Now, that has nothing to do with any bearing on this case. But I got some information that if I don't bear out, or at least figure out what the chain of custody has to do with it, I don't feel very...
I still don't understand what you're asking me to do, Mr.
we're not
Britton.
admitting the toothbrush.
Can I explain it?
I'm talking to Mr. Britton right
Sorry,
now.
Your Honor.
Please quit interrupting, okay?
Okay, I'm
All right. I still don't understand what you're asking me to do.
Judge Culberson, I believe that they are trying to introduce some evidence in a backwards way.
Let's back up.
Yes, sir.
Let's start off. I'll let you explain. But starting off, what are you asking me to do? Suppress evidence,
Yes,
strike
sir.
the testimony,
Yes, sir.
dismiss the case, or what?
Suppress evidence, strike the testimony, and dismiss the case.
All right, and that's based upon what?
Information of an improper chain of custody based on a belief text I have that Ms. Dudley delivered the toothbrush to Sled, and that Captain Phillips is now testifying and just did that she delivered the toothbrush to Sled. This case has been filled with the crime scene went here. This is here. I haven't had a strand of evidence connecting except that it looks like they're having an affair. Now we're going to have somebody testify that she delivered a toothbrush, but she didn't. And she's an officer of the law.
All right. I'm denying your motion.
Yes, sir.
Still in cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
You've got the exhibit with the chain of custody. She just testified that she delivered it. You can cross-examine with the chain of custody to show any discrepancies in her testimony.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Anything from the state before we bring the jury in?
No, sir.
Anything from the defense? All right, let's bring the jury in. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Make sure you have your own notepad to follow the case. Reggie, we begin with cross-examination.
Officer, you realize the significance of chain of custody documents?
I do.
And I believe you testified earlier, you don't have any personal recollection of delivering these items to Sled.
Some of the items, I do not have the personal recollection of that particular day.
Okay. So you based your testimony on reading a report, not on your personal recollection.
And the chain. We can review the chain. I would like, may I have the copy of the chain if he wants to?
No, this is cross-examination.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
All right, go ahead.
If he's going to ask me specifically, I'd like to have it. Thank you, sir. You may ask your question again, please, sir.
I've already asked you all on that.
Okay.
You don't first remember the transport that slid.
No, I used the report.
This one.
That is all.
Thank you, sir.
Sergeant Phillips. I'm going to hand you the tape, and I have to stand up there beside you and look at it.
Oh, that's fine.
Your Honor, I'm going to approach with Exhibit 141. All right, we just heard testimony. I believe the defense asked you specifically about a toothbrush.
Yes, I collected a toothbrush
And where did you collect that toothbrush?
from the victim's residence to use as an alternate standard.
Okay, I believe the defense also asked you some questions about items you took the sled. Can you
Yes.
tell me, did you take the toothbrush to sled? It's sled item 1.
No, Lori Dudley took it to SLED and put it in the lockers there.
So Mr. Britton just asked you, do you have a personal, so first of all, let's start out. I just questioned you. You did a whole lot of stuff in this case. Is that correct?
I did.
Did you collect, how many items of evidence do you think you collected?
Hundreds.
And do you have a specific recollection of collecting each item of evidence?
I do not.
What do you rely on to determine whether you collected an item of evidence?
My reports in the chain,
Okay. Why do police departments keep chain of custody?
just to say where the evidence goes and that nobody has tampered with it.
Does it also identify each person who may have participated or touched each item of evidence?
Yes,
Do you have an independent recollection of collecting each item of evidence?
not each item, but I utilize my placard numbers and photographs.
Do you have an independent recollection of transporting each and every item of evidence you collect to SLED when you transport it?
No,
How do you recall when you transfer something to SLED?
I use their chain.
When I questioned you earlier and asked you to look at the orange tabbed items, are the orange tabbed items the items you submitted to SLED?
Yes,
And I believe that you had a difficult time kind of determining that because it's,
I didn't see my name right away.
okay. Is that a voluminous document?
Yes,
And then the defense asked you specifically if you took SLED item 1, the toothbrush to SLED, and what did you say?
I said I had, but I submitted it not transport. So I collected it, and when we say submitted it to SLED, I request it. But for their verbiage, they use submit.
Okay, so if there's a difference between your recollection and the chain of custody, which one is correct?
The chain.
Okay. And when you were answering the questions put to you by the defense, did they hand you that chain to look at?
No.
Okay. No further questions.
All right, you may second.
Oh, you know what I mean? This witness be released from her stand.
No objection. All right, she's free to go.
Second break, real quick, just run the restroom.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take another 10-minute break. We'll bring you back in just a minute. Leave your notepads in the jury box.
No, sir.
Anything from the defense?
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, we'll take about a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back. Anything from the state before we bring the jury in?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, sir, just thank you for that, Ray.
That's fine. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in. You have your own notepads, no one else's. We're ready to resume the trial. State can call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Torian Hodges.
Raise your right hand and then place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence about to give the court in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I solemnly swear.
Thank you. Could you just state your name and then spell your last name for the court?
My name is Torian Hodges, Taurean. Last name Hodges, Hodges.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hodges. Where do you work?
My office is located 201 Chartwell Court, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina 29588.
And what is your business called?
Inlet Premier Implant and Cosmetic Dentistry.
What's the nature of your business?
I'm a dentist.
Does your practice maintain dental records for its patients?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those records kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, ma'am.
And as the owner of that business, are you a custodian of those records?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the victim in this case, Gregory Rice, a patient of Premier Implants?
Yes, ma'am.
Patient, sorry. Directing your attention to early November 2020, were you asked to provide Greg Rice's dental records to law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you or someone in your office provide those records to law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Without objection.
Your Honor, I'm approaching with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 13. Will you take a look at that, please? Are those the records you provided for Gregory Rice to law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to introduce Exhibit 13 into evidence.
Objection.
Without objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 13 admitted into evidence without objection.
Thank you, Dr. Hodges. We have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
You may be released, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. Please release it from the subpoena.
Pretty good, thank you. State, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Sergeant Ken Marcus.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Get you to state your name and then spell your last name for the court.
My name's Ken Marcus, and my last name is Marcus.
Now, Your Honor. Thank you. Sergeant Marcus, where do you work?
I work with the Horry County Police Department.
How long have you been there?
18 years now.
What is your current assignment?
My current assignment is working with our criminal intelligence unit. I'm an analyst, the supervising analyst for that unit.
Do you have any other assignments?
I'm also a task force officer with the United States Secret Service's Cyber Fraud Task Force.
How long have you been a supervisor of the criminal intelligence unit?
Only a year now.
What does the criminal intelligence unit do?
So our unit will assist other investigators in corroborating information that they have learned during an investigation or help generate new leads through analyzing digital records, social media records, cell phone records, things along those lines, or digital evidence recovered from devices like cell phones, DVRs, computers, vehicles, anything that controls an electronic component.
You said you've been the supervisor for just about a year. How long has the unit been in existence?
The unit's only been in existence for a year.
So you've been the only supervisor so far?
So far, yes.
Prior to the unit being established, did you do the same type of work, just not in a specialized unit?
Yes. So I've analyzed social media records, geolocation data, cell records since 2019, and I've done digital forensic works, actually pulling information from devices and examining it since 2021.
So what type of training and experience have you had in the field of digital forensics and analysis?
So I have gone through approximately 126 hours as far as analyzing cellular records, social media records through various different companies, and I've also attended about 80 hours worth of digital forensic courses. 120 hours of digital forensic courses for various different devices, both from private companies and the United States Secret Service.
Let me get into a couple of specific kind of topics. Do cell phone companies keep records of which phones use which towers?
Yes.
And I guess I should start with, do cell phones use towers to connect to the cellular network?
Yes. So a mobile phone is nothing more than a fancy radio. You go to send a text message, make a phone call, browse Facebook, use data, and it sends a signal from the phone to a tower that is operated by your provider, AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, whomever it is. The provider will route the information where it needs to go. For instance, if you make a phone call to another person inside the courtroom, it'll go from your phone to the tower to the provider to the next provider, and then to the person that you're looking for.
And you said that cell phone companies do keep track of which towers different cell phones use. Why do they do that?
For billing purposes, so they can bill you appropriately for the amount of use that you use, and for engineering data so that they can ensure their network is working correctly and is covering areas that their customers are in.
Will cell phone companies provide that information to law enforcement if presented with a search warrant or other court order?
Yes.
What about information about specific users? Do cell phone companies maintain records related to each specific phone number?
They will keep subscriber information for the person who's renting the number or that service from their towers.
Do you regularly analyze cellular phone records and extractions in the course of your duties?
I do.
And approximately how many sets of such records have you analyzed?
So since 2019, I've analyzed approximately 575 sets of cell phone records assigned across 166 cases with the police department.
And approximately how many electronic devices have you examined? If you can tell us.
I was about to say, if I'm not at 1,000 devices since 2021, I'm close to it.
Are you familiar with the term geolocation data?
Yes.
What is it?
Geolocation data is information that is collected by cell phones, social media companies, sometimes cellular network providers that help establish where a device was during a particular period of time. The most commonly known one that we all may be familiar with is the Global Positioning System, or GPS. If anybody had to put in the address for the courtroom today and use it, they've used geolocation data.
So approximately how many times have you used geolocation data?
I cannot count how many times I've had to use GPS since I was 18, 19 years old.
Okay. Have you ever testified regarding cellular records and geolocation data?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
So I've testified at least 5 times in 15th Circuit General Sessions Court and once in 15th Circuit Family Court.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in the 15th Circuit?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a program called Celebrate?
I am.
Can you tell us what that is?
So Celebrate is one of a more common forensic tool used to access information in a digital device. For instance, a cell phone. We can use the tool to make a copy of the information in the device, download it, and then parse it out into a form that we can easily read and analyze the data that's inside.
When you say parse, that's like a fancy word. That's just meaning it makes it readable?
Yes, we're converting what the data is stored in computer code on the phone. It's turned into words on a screen for us.
And are you trained and experienced to use the Celebrate program?
Yes.
How long have you been using it?
I've been using it since 2022.
Since, I'm sorry?
2022.
Okay. And does Celebrate offer any type of certifications?
Yes. Currently, I hold my certified Celebrate operator and physical analyzer license, and recently recerted it in 2024.
What does it take to obtain those certifications?
That is a 40-hour class through Celebrate where you're learning how to use the tool, the type of information that you'll download, type of information that you can analyze, and then they test you at the end of it to make sure that you actually retain the information they taught you.
And I believe you said you just recertified?
Recertified in 2024. We have to recertify every 2 years to keep our license current and to keep up with the changes in technology.
And I imagine you passed that certification?
Yes, I did.
Did you use Celebrate to extract data in this case?
I used Magnet's Gray Key, which is another forensic tool commonly used with Celebrate to image devices.
Are you able to extract data from every device, from every phone outside?
No.
What affects whether you can extract information?
So most phones store your data encrypted, and for you to extract that information, be able to parse it out or use it, you have to have the PIN code or the encryption keys for the data on the phone. Depending on the type of phone, the support that's out there, the current security patch for the software that's the phone is using, several other factors, we may only be able to get a portion of the data or none of the data. It just kind of depends on the make and model of the phone.
If you are able to extract data from a phone, does either Celebrate or Magnet Gray Key alter the data that it's extracting from the phone?
No.
Are you familiar with the term user data?
Yes.
What is it?
So user data are artifacts or particular items on a phone that kind of identify who's using the phone, who owns the phone, the accounts that are programmed into it. That type of information could be health data on your Apple device. It could be your iCloud email address. You could have your name, your phone number, an emergency contact programmed into a phone, your Facebook account. Things along those lines are what we consider user data.
Does Celebrite or Magnet break key alter any of the user data when you extract data?
No.
Your Honor, at this time we would offer Sergeant Marcus as an expert in digital forensic cellular record and geolocation analysis.
All right, any challenges, questions, or objections?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I do.
All right.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good, sir.
Good. Thank you for being here. Just want to make sure I got some timelines right. So you started in 2021 in digital forensics, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And so murder that we're here to discuss today occurred on October 2nd, 2020, is that right?
Correct.
You also tell us that you started your exploration or learning about Celebrite, that was in 2022?
No, my use of Celebrite started in 2021. My use of cellular record or analyzing cellular records started in 2019.
Okay. Yeah, well, I thought you testified that when you started to utilize the program Celebrite was in 2022.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And so what I have for you guys is records from Celebrite. You said you used Celebrite in this case?
No. I did use Celebrite in this case.
Okay. You did use Celebrite?
I did use Celebrite in this case. That's
okay.
correct.
Can you describe, I've heard about what sounds to me like education you've acquired since becoming an officer. What was your formal education?
I've got the highest formal education I have is an associate's degree.
Okay, and where did you do that?
Or Georgetown Technical College.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And what was the major?
Just in general criminal justice.
Criminal justice. Okay. All right. So your Celebrite certification, isn't that? Can I have you?
Thanks.
No problem. Thank you very much. Let's just make sure we're clear on this Celebrite certification. That's about how you use the data, right?
It's the proper use of the tool to download, image the data, and then to look through and explore the data that's actually being parsed out so that you can sift through it and separate the different items. For instance, text messages will end up being in one category so you can easily find them, images will be in another, device logs will be in a third, and so on.
Okay, so explain to me the science, the methodology behind the extraction.
That I can't, because that particular information is proprietary. Celebrite doesn't explain to us how they download the information from the phone.
That's right. So you are purporting to be an expert in something that requires you to use specialized knowledge to download something, but they don't even tell you the mechanism or how you do that, correct?
That's correct. They do not explain to us how they do that.
So if you don't have the methodology or how you do something, then you can't be an expert in it, can you, sir?
They explained to us the process that we need to go through to use the tool, to download the data, and to analyze that data. The specific coding that they use to access the phone, bypass certain security functions, they don't explain that to us.
And you would agree with me that you are, just while we're, did you do what kind of extraction did you do here? Was it a physical or logical extraction?
For which device?
For Meagan Jackson's phones.
So Meagan Jackson's phones, I did not download the data from.
You did not download the data from Meagan Jackson's phone?
No, Lieutenant Ben Wells with the Sheriff's Office downloaded that information. I used the information to analyze and corroborate other information that I particularly obtained through search warrant and then analyzed for this investigation.
Okay, would you be able to tell me which phones you use Celebrite or a comparative platform for?
There were a number of devices that were collected during this investigation. Initially had not been processed because we did not have the support at the time to process them, and I processed them recently once we obtained the tools and the support to be able to do so. Several USB drives. There was, I believe, a download for. It was a list of about 15 and 20 items, and unfortunately I don't have all of those in front of me, so I'd hate to misspeak and tell you an item that I didn't, but there was a number of them that were done.
Okay. Could you just identify for me any that you might remember? you involved with?
I believe there was a device for Erica Dontell. There was an iPad or two that were collected from Gregory Rice's house or from one of the scenes from the search. Unfortunately, I don't learn a lot about where the devices were collected, just they turned the items in for processing with the appropriate legal authority, and I download those devices and then look at that data.
Okay. And you didn't, so when you say, because I want to make sure I'm getting the right terminology myself, extract versus download, just so when you say you downloaded, when you said just use the word downloaded, and is that the same as extract or is that something different?
So it's a very similar term. Sometimes I'll say image, sometimes I'll say download, sometimes I'll say extraction. It's all the same thing. We're taking a copy of the data that's on the device so that we can analyze it. It's not removing the data from the device, it's just making a copy of it.
Okay. And again, how are you doing that? What is the methodology for that removal?
It depends on the particular device and the support. We have several forensic tools we have the ability to use. For instance, I used magnet gray key on a few of these devices and Celebrate UFID on several others. Depending on if it's an Apple or Android, one of the companies may have more support for one than the other. So depending on what level of support they have, what's the highest level of a image or extraction, the amount of data we can obtain, we'll use that particular forensic tool so that we can obtain as much data as possible.
As we sit here today, are you familiar with Toll, Sutikino, and Iqbal Bustami?
Not
any of their work?
Are those people?
I know that, yeah, those are people.
No, I am not.
Okay. So you haven't read the capabilities of Celebrate Universal Forensics Extraction Device and Mobile Device Forensics?
I'm not familiar with that article or.
Okay. You would agree with me. You're familiar, aren't you, with the criticisms of Celebrate and the Celebrate software?
Not familiar with the criticisms. Can you be more specific?
Sure. Inaccuracy is a criticism, sir.
Not familiar with it, no, sir.
Okay. Have you taken the time to do any of your own independent study of Celebrate and similar platforms?
No.
Don't you think if you're going to be an expert in it, that you ought to have that knowledge?
In using Celebrate or knowing exactly how it works?
In knowing what its recognized flaws are.
In its recognized flaws, during our training, we're explained what we should be looking for as the extraction or as the imaging occurs and as the parsing occurs. And we're provided indicators if certain things are not working correctly.
And you stated, and one of the criticisms is, and you've stated it, but is that they will not teach you the methodology about how to utilize the software itself.
No, the specific method that they use or the specific coding that they use to access the phone is considered proprietary, and they do not share that with us.
And in this case, although it sounded like maybe you're not even the witness I need to speak to in terms of Meagan Jackson's phone, but what steps did you take after you did any of the extractions that you may have done in this case to verify those, to make sure that they were actually accurate extractions?
So the information that I did use from the extractions from Meagan Jackson's phone, I was able to validate I used geolocation data for starters. And the information that I obtained from her phone, I was able to validate with both video surveillance that was obtained and cellular records.
I know, sir, I think you misunderstand me. I'm not asking about, and I apologize if I didn't ask a good question. What I mean is, you've got a set of material from either the extraction or the download.
Mm-hmm.
But did you take that to another system and run that same extraction and compare the two for any discrepancies?
No, what we ended up doing is using a separate set of data to validate that data. So there's several different ways you can validate information when you're downloading or extracting something, imaging something from a phone. You can use a separate tool to try and validate that information. You can pull up the device itself and see if the device is displaying the same information that you downloaded. You can look through the computer code, read the binary, and see if it's saying exactly what it should be displaying on the phone or the image. Or you can use a completely separate independent piece of data to validate it. For instance, if I've got a geolocation data from a phone that says that you're at a particular gas station and at a particular date and time, and I go to that same gas station, pull up digital video, and I have a video that shows you standing there with your phone in your hand, that video has validated the location information pulled from the phone.
And that's specific to location, but what about things, because these are massive, right? These are massive bits of data that come out. It's not just GPS location, these are text messages, images, right? This is a full panel of information from these things, correct, sir?
Correct.
And one of the things that you could look to see is, are there any duplicate messages, right? Isn't that a telltale sign of there being an inaccuracy with the download? You want that, sir?
I would not agree with that statement, no.
Okay. Did you tell me if you did a logical or physical extraction data for the devices that you did do?
Well, that would depend on the particular device. Again, I don't have that list in front of me. The majority of them, I believe, they were full file system extractions.
Okay, and do you categorize that as being physical or logical?
So that would be just under the physical range.
Okay.
Logical would be at the bottom range, or the least amount of information that you could get. A physical extraction would be the most, an exact bit-for-bit copy of the entire area of storage on a phone or a device.
And you would agree with me that if you ran that physical extraction, that because it's, as you said, a little more complete, you should still be able to recover deleted items.
So when we do obtain a full file system from a device,
Sir?
that does contain that unallocated space or space where deleted items could be stored, yes.
So I just want to make sure it's clear, you didn't cross-validate any of the extractions that you did do in this case with X-ray, magnetoxin, or oxygen forensics?
None of the extractions that I did in this case, I validated with another tool. That's correct.
Okay. And just so it's clear, as we sit here today, you can't really tell me which phones or electronic devices you were involved in the extraction of, but you did rule out those of Meagan Jackson.
Yes, I did not extract any of the devices or the devices that was possessed by Meagan Jackson at the time of this incident.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't like to make an argument about this qualification, Your Honor. All right. Yes, sir. What you've heard from Detective Marcus?
Sergeant.
Sergeant Marcus. What you've heard from Sergeant Marcus is he does not have the methodology. The science behind being an expert is to have the methodology. It's literally in the rule. As you have identified earlier, when they put up an expert that we did not contest the qualifications to, they're here to be able to explain the science behind something. And he has just testified under oath that the science behind what he's attempting to perform, the company will not provide it to him. So he does not have that science. He has no ownership of that science. He has also testified that he himself did not do any extracting of Meagan Jackson's phones. He can't tell you which phones he did extract or do the extractions from, and he didn't cross-validate those with other similar platforms. And so there's no way for his testimony to be deemed reliable, Your Honor, in terms of any kind of digital forensics or extraction.
All right. I find this witness to be an expert over defendant's objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, let's get to this case. Were you involved in the investigation into the disappearance and murder of Gregory Rice?
Yes.
And so before we get into the forensic work that you did, are you familiar with the term NAMUS?
Yes, I am.
And that's NAMUS. Can you tell the jury what NAMUS is?
NAMUS is a program that's sponsored by the DOJ for missing and unidentified people. It's a networking platform. It's online. It allows officers, medical examiners, hospitals, even the public to network with each other across the country. We can take a person who's listed as missing or someone who unfortunately is deceased and we have no idea who they are, enter them into this system, and hopefully get information to help us identify them or return them home.
What and I apologize if I missed this, what type of information can you put into NamUs?
So demographic information about people, their name, address, where they were last seen, clothing, contact information for family are all items we can put in there. Circumstances about their disappearance. We can even go as far as entering in dental records, listing contacts for familiar DNA if we need to go that route to help identify someone.
Did you enter Greg Rice into NamUs for this case?
Yes, I did.
What information did you enter for him?
I ended up entering his demographics, some case details about his disappearance, a photograph of him, and dental records that were obtained during this investigation.
I am showing you states, it's already been admitted, Your Honor, States Exhibit 13. Are those the dental records that you received and used to enter Greg Rice in NamUs?
Yes.
Why is it important to get, for instance, dental records?
Like I mentioned before, unfortunately, sometimes when people go missing, they've end up deceased in different places of the country. Someone may recover someone's body, and one of the ways that we're able to identify someone is through dental records.
Switching gears a little bit, the jury's already heard that Greg Rice went missing on October 2nd of 2020. When did you first become aware of where he was killed?
Late October, early November.
Not where he was found, where he was killed.
Most recently, very recently.
Okay. Where was he killed?
That would be along was in the village of Arrowheads in the Myrtle Beach section of Horry County.
Okay. So now let me get into your forensic work a little bit. As part of your involvement, did you try to corroborate other information that the team of investigators had learned?
Yes.
So what types of information did you review or use to corroborate those items?
So I used cellular records. Those are those records that are generated by cell phone and stored by a network provider. I used records from digital downloads from cell phones. I also used digital surveillance photos and videos that were recovered at different places, as well as still shots from a automatic license plate reader.
I am, Your Honor, if I may approach with admitted exhibits 5, 7, 8, and 9. If you could just look at those and tell me if those are some of the phone records that you used.
Yes, they are.
Did you, in fact, initial each of the either disks or thumb drives?
I did.
Next, showing you admitted states exhibits 23 through 34. Excuse me. Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
And what specifically are those exhibits?
Those are photographs from a license plate reader system.
And you mentioned that you reviewed surveillance footage, so I'm going to approach with admitted exhibits 14, 14A, 14B, 14C, 15, 16, and 17. You can tell me if you also reviewed those.
I do.
And all of those items relate to the Abuelo's restaurant?
Yes. Those are still shots and video from the Abuelo's restaurant.
And then, did you, approaching with admitted states exhibits 21 and 22, did you review surveillance video provided by Just Ask Hal located in the Lowe's Food Plaza?
I did.
And also some clips from that video?
Yes, ma'am.
And are those exhibits what you reviewed?
Yes.
Did you also review?
She's leading the witness. Did you
Overruled. Go ahead.
Did you also review surveillance video from River's Edge community?
Yes.
Showing you previously admitted exhibits 136 and 138.
Yes, I recognize those.
And you reviewed these prior to your analysis?
Correct.
And then previously admitted exhibits 44, 45, 46, and 47.
Yes, I'm familiar with these. These are still shots from I believe it was a trail camera owned by the South Carolina Department of Natural Resources.
And just make sure you keep your voice up so everyone can hear.
Yes, sorry.
And where was the trail camera located?
That was in the wildlife preserve on the north side of International Drive. I believe it's called the Lewis Bay Ocean Bay
Heritage Preserve.
That sounds right.
That's why I call it. Were you familiar with where the victim lived when he was alive?
Yes.
Where was that?
Flint Lake Apartments in the village of Arrowhead.
Did you have access to and review stills from license plate readers from the Arrowhead community?
Yes, they have two license plate readers, one at the entrance to from Barclay Road and the other one at the entrance off of Burkell Road.
I'm sorry, what were the entrances?
Clay Pond, I apologize. Clay Pond and Burkell Road are the two.
I've shown you previously admitted States Exhibit 10 and 11. Are those the LPR stills that you reviewed?
Yes, they are.
Did you review data extractions performed by Lieutenant Ben Wells?
I did.
Showing you States Exhibit May I approach Your Honor with this?
Yes,
Your Honor, I'm approaching State's Exhibit 145. Do you recognize that phone?
This is one of the devices that I examined and downloaded.
Okay, and can you tell to whom it belonged?
I believe this device belonged to, I believe, one of the Dontells, either Erica Dontell or Christopher Dontell.
Would it help to open any part of that?
Unfortunately, I don't believe the information on the owner would be listed on
Just
this
make sure you
envelope.
keep your voice up so that
I'm sorry, I said I don't believe the owner information would be listed on this envelope. It is a device that I examined because my initials are on the back, and this is the labeling that I add to a device that I examine. Erica Dontell, I believe.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time we would ask that Exhibit 145 be admitted.
Any objection?
To the device itself, no, sir, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit 145, right?
Yes, Your Honor, 145.
145 is admitted as evidence without objection.
So, I believe you just testified that you performed a data extraction on Exhibit 145.
Correct.
Did you did you provide that extraction to the solicitor's office?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor,
Yes.
we would object to this. This is thousands and thousands and thousands of pages being sought to be introduced through this witness. This is a cell extraction. It is incredibly voluminous. It is, they can't object in putting in an entire extraction. There's no telling how much information in there is inappropriate, not relevant, massively prejudicial potentially. I mean, there's no way you need to know it all when there's so much there on it. It can't possibly be utilized, placing evidence in fullness. No issue with them if they want to show what portions of the extraction they want to use, or give us some general idea, but to put into evidence an entire extraction, this could go back years. I mean, this is not appropriate, Your Honor.
How's it identified?
Your Honor, it is State's Exhibit 95.
State's Exhibit 95 admitted into evidence over the defendant's objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did I show this to you? Sorry, I'm losing track. Was that the extraction that you did?
Yes, it is.
Did you also obtain both Google and geofence record, or did you review Google and geofence records in this case?
I reviewed Google records that we obtained through a geofence warrant.
Okay, so I'm showing you admitted State's Exhibits 142 and 150.
Sir, I didn't catch whose phone that was, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I should catch whose device that was.
It's not contained to a specific device. It's Google records and geolocation.
Oh, okay.
This particular exhibit is the data.
And you're looking at 142?
142 is the data that I obtained during the Google geofence warrant, or search. And then 150 contains the records for two Google accounts and any Google account that's associated with a particular IMEI number, which would go back to the Christopher Dontell and Meagan Jackson.
Keep your voice up. So based on your review of all of this information, were you in fact able to corroborate a number of parts of the investigation?
Yes, I was.
And let me back up just for 1 minute. Prior to this investigation beginning, were you familiar with Christopher Dontell and Meagan Jackson?
Yes, I was.
How were you familiar with that?
During my time doing homicide investigations, Christopher Dontell showed up to, and Meagan Jackson both showed up to a number of scenes of mine that I worked.
Okay. And as you were doing your analysis, they were the identified suspects in this case?
Yes.
And Your Honor, this is Exhibit 143, a copy of which I provided to defense on Monday.
Your Honor, my understanding was when this was discussed, this would be demonstrative evidence. Is that please? I'm just going to for identification.
I'm showing you that so that you can identify what it is. Presentation.
Okay.
Also, but if you can take a look at this and tell me if this, did I ask you, did you prepare a presentation summarizing your findings?
Yes, I did.
Is that thumb drive, does that thumb drive contain a copy of that presentation?
Yes, it does.
Did you review it prior to testifying today?
I did.
Did you in fact initial that? Do you call it a thumb drive or a jump drive?
Thumb drive, jump drive, USB drive, it's many names.
Okay. Did you initial that jump drive?
I did.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the presentation that you created?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would at this time ask to publish the presentation to the jury.
Put it there.
Well, I would like to admit it as an exhibit.
That's number 143.
143, Your Honor. Yes.
You object?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. You might recall that before we started this trial, we had a conversation about this very piece of information. I objected to it because I had not gotten it prior to trial. It was presented, given to me on Friday, and I was told it would be demonstrative evidence only, not for admission. So she is not entitled to admit, Your Honor, under court's private rule.
I'm sorry, did Your Honor want me to respond?
Yes.
Well, I believe that the context of that argument, Your Honor, did say that this would be allowed to be shown to the jury.
All right.
I have no problem, if Your Honor, if their objection is that they don't want it to go back to the jury when they deliberate, that's fine.
Okay, I recall it now. I'll allow her to publish it.
Yeah, and I was just, again, I know what it said, but I'll just restate for my client's benefit that this is just simply some summary of this, Your Honor. I don't think it's appropriate. They shouldn't even be showing it, but I just want to object, Your Honor.
But it is demonstrative.
It is demonstrative, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
That's
right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, if we just need one moment, we're going to get the laptop set up. And with the court's permission, Detective Marcus will step off the stand just so that he can pause and stop the PowerPoint and explain why necessary.
As long as he is by a microphone where the court can pick up the testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I do have one more component to my objection, which I didn't know prior to trial, but now. During the board here, he very clearly said he was not involved in the extraction of Meagan Jackson's phone. You heard that. This presentation involves an exceptional amount of evidence that would have been received from the extraction of Meagan Jackson's phone. It would be improper for him to be testifying about an extraction with which he was not involved.
Overruled, I don't know.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is that the microphone? I don't
You want to maybe do a little moving around myself so that I can.
Step over here and get out of your way.
Can you hear me okay?
Speak louder.
I will.
Pretend you're yelling at me.
Can't hold for a second.
Do you want to put it over here?
All right.
He's just got to navigate to the file, Your Honor.
That's right, he's navigating, so that I'm not interrupting their entire presentation. Can I just have a standing objection to any slide? There's a number of them, which involves Meagan Jackson's data. Would you like me to, I'll make it as we go, I just don't want to be frustrating the court or, well, really the court.
I'll let you have a run objection to the entire exhibit, so that'll be on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, very nice title page. Are you familiar with cell towers?
Yes, like I explained earlier, the way cellular network works, your provider owns a number of towers that they have placed all across their coverage area. All throughout Horry County, these towers exist. You may have seen a couple of them. This is an example of two that are in Horry County. If anybody's familiar with the Bay Road area, that is one of those two off of Bay Road in my Homestown Burgess community. Cellular towers receive and send signals to cell phones, and this allows that data to be processed from the phone into the tower through the network and get to where it needs to go.
And then are cell towers, when a phone is using a cell tower, is it divided in any way?
Yes, so as you can see on the screen, this little triangle piece at the top, not all towers look like this, the majority of them do, but those are the array of antennas. Now, when we look at cellular records and look at a particular connection that a phone makes on a 2D map, when we're analyzing those records, it'll look like this. The tower is located in the center of the map right here, or as in this one, and the general direction of the phone during that connection is in the direction of this shaded area. We'll have a wedge. Most towers are separated into what they call 3 sectors. You can have more, you can have less. It kind of depends on the coverage area, but typically you have 3.
Can I stop you there for 1 second?
Absolutely.
When you are talking about the shaded area, are you asserting that a phone is within just the colored section, or are you referring more to what I do, the arms of the sector?
No, it's the arms of the sector. So the shaded area is just a graphic aid to show that the phone is in that general direction. The shaded area does not depict that the phone is actually in that spot, or does it depict the entire coverage of the tower, just that to help show that it's in that general direction from the tower.
Okay. And are you familiar with the term per call measurement data?
Yes. So per call measurement data is the distance from the tower that the phone is at the time of the connection. That is measured by the amount of time it takes for the signal to travel from the tower to the phone and back, or from the phone to the tower and back. Sometimes we can get this with our records as well, and it gives us an idea, again, much more precise, or it gives us a better idea of where a phone is at during this particular period of time. On a map, you'll see the center of the tower, the 2 arms that for that particular sector, or that set of antennas that are being used, the general direction that that phone was in, and then somewhere along this arc, in this particular graphic right here, is where that phone is actually at that point in time of this contact.
And you've talked a little bit about geolocation data. I'm sorry I'm standing behind you. I'm just trying to so that everyone can see. You've talked about geolocation data. Do you have a slide to represent that?
So geolocation data, again, like I said, the most typical example of it is derived from GPS. Will appear like this. You'll get a particular location and a level of accuracy. And that level of accuracy is measured by a distance. So this particular graphic here shows a geolocation data or a hit from a particular device, unassociated with this case, just an example. But this circle is a 35-meter diameter. So the phone, in this instance, is located inside that circle.
All right, let's move on to the specifics of this case. What numbers did you focus on?
So for this particular case, I focused on one number for that belonged to Greg Rice, one that belonged to Meagan Jackson, and then two that belonged to Christopher Dontell.
I see that you have different colors up on the slide. What do those carry throughout the presentation?
Yes. So anytime that we're talking about phone records, geolocation data that's associated with Greg Rice, it's going to display in blue. The graphic will be in blue. Anytime we're talking about the device that is associated with Meagan Jackson, it will show up in purple. And then anytime we're talking about location information or device information regarding Chris Dontell, either one of his phone numbers will pop up in red.
And I see like a little blurb under each number. Did you validate that these numbers were in fact associated with those particular individuals?
Yes. So once the records were returned from the provider, in this instance, all of them were Verizon. Verizon has each individual subscribe to that account. So for instance, the number belonging to Meagan Jackson here that ends in 4742, Verizon said their bill goes to Meagan Jackson. Meagan Jackson is the subscriber for this number.
And so when you began trying to corroborate parts of the investigation or aid the investigation, did you begin by focusing on the victim, Greg Rice?
Yes. So this originally came out as a missing persons complaint. And anytime we start looking into a missing persons complaint, we always look at what they were doing around the time that they were last seen, their last contact, when we're looking at records like this. The investigation learned that around 5 p.m. on October 2nd, the day of his disappearance, he should have been home. And these cell phone records that I reviewed between 5 p.m. and 9:45 p.m. corroborate that. You can see here that the tower that is being used is servicing the area that Greg Rice's residence is. This is where Flint Lake Apartments is at, if you're not familiar with it, and the villages of Arrowhead. These distancing lines are the distance from the tower to the phone during that period of time. Now there is a level of margin of accuracy with that particular distancing line, but these are consistent with that device being in the area of his residence during this time. And this is an overlay of 58 tower connections. So there's 58 data connections that were going on during this time showing this.
What might cause a data connection?
If you were browsing Facebook, if you were pulled up a web browser and looked at something, any social media, you could have the weather app running in the background of your phone. You don't have to directly use your phone, but have something running on your phone that connects to the internet for information. That would cause a data connection.
Now I see your time period there ends at 9:45. Did something happen at 9:45?
Yes. So one of the other things that we look at is who people were talking with during this period of time when they were last seen, or around the time of what we believe is their disappearance. At 9:45 p.m., Mr. Rice received an incoming phone call from the number associated with Meagan Jackson. This graph depicts the tower that is being used by Gregory Rice's phone at the time of this connection, and this connection was approximately 2 minutes and 19 seconds.
Was there were there any additional contacts in this general time frame between Greg Rice's phone and Meagan Jackson's phone?
There was one other connection, and that was at 9:58 p.m. This, again, is depicting the tower location for Gregory Rice's device. Again, you can see it's consistent with it being in the area of his residence. This occurs at 9:58 p.m., and it's only approximately 13 seconds in length.
Were you able to determine the last time that Greg Rice's phone connected to a tower?
Yes, and one of the things that we look at is where's that last activity. So that last activity for the phone associated with Greg Rice on the cellular network was at 11:06 p.m. on October 2nd, 2020. This particular graph is showing a tower that is actually now servicing the area. This is Highway 17, this is International Drive, so this is the upper end of River Oaks, the bottom end of that wildlife preserve, and there's the Lowe's Food parking lot and all those businesses right through there.
And again, is there any way to tell, or does the fact that there was a data connection there mean that someone was actively manipulating the phone, or could it be one of those apps that's running in the background?
There's no way to tell. It could have been someone using the phone. It could have been just a push notification on the weather app, or you received the message through Facebook, something along those lines. It could be inactivity in the background or activity in the background.
Once you were able to determine where Greg Rice's phone finally pinged, what other things did you do to corroborate or validate?
So this information was passed on to investigators. Canvass was done of that area. And during that canvass, a video surveillance was obtained from the Just Ask How store, which is located next to the Lowe's Food in that plaza right there at the International Drive. When I reviewed this video, the two cars that are pulling into the parking lot resembled the two vehicles that Christopher Dontell and Meagan Jackson used on a regular basis through the course of work. Yes, it is.
When you reviewed this clip at any time, did you see Gregory Rice or anyone other than Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dontell?
No, I was able to see that Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dontell got out of their vehicles, respective vehicles, but did not see anybody else that I recognized. And this is at 11:08 p.m. right now. It's displaying on the video. The video is actually 10 minutes past, but the correct time is 11:08 p.m.
It started approximately a minute ago, though, right?
Correct.
Now, you said, as this is playing out, you said that you were aware of the fact that Christopher Dontell and Meagan Jackson were suspects in the case. Did you, once you sort of establish the last bit of Gregory Rice's life, did you then turn to the defendants?
Yes, I did. So we use cellular records to help corroborate information regarding the defendants and their whereabouts on that particular day as well. This particular graph shows a cell phone connection for both Christopher Dontell's phone and Meagan Jackson's phone. The tower, they're both using the same tower right here located in the center of these two wedges. The red represents the connection in the side of the tower that the phone for Christopher Dontell's is using, and the purple represents the records for Meagan Jackson.
And if you already explained this, please forgive me, but why would a phone connect with a particular sector of a tower?
It shows the side of the tower that the phone was on during the time of the connection.
And related to that, how does a cell phone pick which particular tower to connect to?
So the cell phone, or cell phones in general, are constantly looking to see what towers they can receive signals from. And when you go to use that phone, they pick the tower with the strongest signal.
Did you use some of the other evidence that you reviewed to verify this phone data location?
Yes, so anytime that we're looking at this information, we always try to verify and validate the accuracy of these records. In this particular instance, we'll go back to this slide for a second. This phone connection occurs at 6:20 p.m. on October 2nd, 2020. And it services, the tower that's being used services the River's Edge community. This is Highway 90, and this is the other end of International Drive. These are still shots from the surveillance video at the River's Edge entry gate. And these videos depict Meagan Jackson's vehicle leaving the gate at 6:16 p.m. and the vehicle for Christopher Dontell at 6:20 p.m.
You also indicated that you had access to some still photos from a game camera from the purser?
Yes. So we also use these still photos to help corroborate the accuracy of those cell phone records. At 6:26 p.m., these two vehicles were observed driving into the preserve, which is just down the street from the intersection of Highway 90 and International Drive, right there where the Rivers Edge community is at. Both of these photos depict Meagan Jackson, or a vehicle similar to Meagan Jackson's and similar to Christopher Dontell's, entering this intersection inside the preserve, and then at 6:40, those vehicles leaving the preserve.
Let me just stop you there for a second. Are you familiar with this location? So like River's Edge to the preserve?
Yes.
Okay. So does the time, elapse of time from the River's Edge surveillance photos match with approximately how long it might take to get to the preserve?
Yes, it would. It's not maybe a mile or two.
Okay. Was there further validation?
So at 6:40 p.m., which is when these two vehicles are captured leaving the preserve, there's also another network connection, cellular network connection between Christopher Dontell's phone and Meagan Jackson's phone. This is using a tower that is a very large, tall tower right there off of International Drive outside of the preserve. And it is servicing the area where this camera was at the time that those pictures were taken.
When the jury heard testimony before about the timeline, I believe the next sort of point was Abuelos.
Yes, so moving forward in time a little bit, at 6:59, between 6:59 and 7:15 p.m., we've got some information that shows that these devices are now being used in the area of the Coastal Grand Mall, Myrtle Beach Airport, Robert Grissom Harrison Boulevard area. This particular graph depicts cellular connection between Christopher Dontell's phone and Meagan Jackson's phone at 6:59 p.m. This is the tower being used by Christopher Dontell's phone. This is the tower being used by Meagan Jackson's phone. And at 7:09 p.m., right here, it's a little difficult to see, but right underneath this pin that says Abuelos, this purple information, this is actually geolocation information from Meagan Jackson's cell phone, showing that devices in the area of the Abuelos restaurant.
And so the geolocation data gives you a little bit more of a specific location of the phone, whereas the tower data is giving you the sector?
Yes, so the tower data gives you the general area that the phone is in at the time of the connection. But this geolocation data is very specific. It's right there at the restaurant.
Did you use any surveillance, video, or other means to validate this information?
So again, during a canvass for security footage during this investigation, footage was pulled from Abuelos. This is a clip of that video that occurs at 7:06 p.m. And it depicts Christopher Dontell and Meagan Jackson walking into the restaurant. Christopher Dontell being in the blue sweater and Miss Jackson being in the black.
Was there further validation done from surveillance at Abuelos?
So at 7:09 p.m., I mentioned that there's geolocation data pulled from Meagan Jackson's device that showed she was at the Abuelos, or the device was at the Abuelos restaurant. This particular slide is a snippet from, or a still shot from the security footage at Abuelos. And right here in this red circle is Christopher Dontell and Meagan Jackson sitting. It appears Meagan Jackson is manipulating the device in her hands like a cell phone. That corresponds with the time that her geolocation data from her phone shows that the phone is at Abuelos.
Did you have information about when they left Abuelos?
Reviewing that security footage from Abuelos, the footage shows that they walked out of Abuelos at 7:57 p.m.
What was the next point that you looked at?
So again, looking at all of this data together, the very next thing in the timeline of all this information was two geolocation hits from Meagan Jackson's cell phone, pulled from her cell phone, that placed the device in the area of the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home. And this was at 9:14 p.m. on October 2nd, 2020. and looking forward into cell phone records in line, at 9:45 p.m., when I mentioned earlier that Gregory Rice received a phone call from the number associated with Meagan Jackson, here is a graph that shows that connection, this time displaying where Meagan Jackson's device is at the time of the connection. Meagan Jackson's phone is using a tower that services the area of the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home at 9:45 p.m.
And again, Greg's phone is still same visual as before. It is using the tower that would cover the area of his apartment?
Correct.
Okay. You mentioned a second phone call between Meagan Jackson and Greg Rice.
Yes, so we looked at that second phone call now that we had both sets of records. And during that second phone call, the shorter one at 9:58 p.m., you can see that both phones are using the same tower, same sector, and it's the area that services the residents of Greg Rice.
Of course, indulgence for one moment. Thank you. Did you also, I think, well, you've already identified that you reviewed LPR stills from the Arrowhead community?
Yes, ma'am, I did. So at 10 p.m., the license plate reader at the entrance to the village of Arrowhead, the one right there at Clay Pond and Arrowhead Boulevard, captures the image of the van used by Meagan Jackson regularly for work, pulling into the neighborhood.
If you can, were you able to tell whether Greg Rice's device moved at all around the time of that second? And if I'm jumping ahead, you just tell me I'm jumping ahead. I'm jumping ahead. So did you also look to the LPR still of the van associated with Meagan Jackson leaving Arrowhead?
Yes, it did. So just to show where this LPR is at, this is the village of the Flint Lake apartment complex right here. The LPR is at the entrance to Arrowhead Boulevard and Clay Pond Road.
And before you, this is animated, right?
This is not. No.
Okay. Because before you go on, I want to ask you a question related to the two Arrowhead stills.
Okay.
You said that the van entered at 10 o'clock.
Enters at 10 o'clock and then leaves at 10:06 p.m.
Okay. Based on that time period that the van was in the Arrowhead community, did you perform any sort of little real-life experiments?
I did drive the distance between the license plate reader to Greg Rice's residence and back to see if that stretch of road could be traversed during that time frame.
What did you find?
That it was easy for the vehicle to traverse that time frame and back out with a few moments to spare.
And so then if you can, okay. Was there cell site location information for Meagan Jackson and Gregory Rice during this relevant time period?
Yes, so once we identified some of these records and overlaid them, this is what we ended up finding. So you're going to see, this is an overlay of tower hits, and this is an animated slide, so you're going to see certain things as it goes. These are connections by Gregory Rice's phone. It's popping up right here. There's that overlay of Meagan Jackson's phone. And you just saw the two Village of Arrowhead hits as the vehicle came in and then exited the community. I don't know why it keeps doing that when I pause it. What you're going to see is at 10:05 p.m. is the very first movement that we see from Greg Rice's phone. It is actually moves towers, and you'll see right here in a moment. The tower hit is actually servicing the area where the LPR is at. And that was at 10:05 p.m. A few seconds before 10:06 when that hits. Now you're seeing the records moving their way down or south, away from the Arrowhead community, and into the area where the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home, the neighborhoods right here at the end of Coventry, Palmetto Point are at. Now here at 10:16 p.m., here are 2 geolocation hits from Meagan Jackson's device showing that the phone is again in the area of the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home, right where Greg Rice's cell phone records were consistent with. And again, 10:18 p.m., here is the tower that's being used by Greg Rice's phone. Here's the distancing data, this line that cuts through the center of the shaded area, and it's crossing right across the area where the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home is at.
Right, and I'm going to stop you again, maybe go back for 1 second. What was the time when Greg Rice's phone switched towers?
It was at 10:05, I believe it was 10:05:55 p.m.
Would that tower change only register if the phone is making a connection of some sort?
Yes.
What does the change in tower suggest to you?
That the device is moving and it's no longer at the area that it was in previously.
Okay. Having gone through sort of the intersection of Meagan Jackson and Gregory Rice, did you also then look at information related to Christopher Dontell?
Yes.
Is there a slide on it?
There is. It's continuing on through. So the records will continue to hit, consistently servicing the area of the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home until about 10:34 p.m.
So meaning Greg Rice's phone is connecting to that tower?
Correct. And then at 10:36 p.m. is when we start to see the first movement from that area with Greg Rice's phone. You can see the shorter arc right across here, now further back from the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home. This is 10:36 p.m. Moving forward in time, now we're seeing the device traveling away from that area previously. And just to show, here's the tower for Greg Rice's phone. Here are distancing arcs at 10:36, 10:40 p.m. And this little green dot that's in the center here is a license plate reader hit for the van for Meagan Jackson's name. Traveling northbound now on 17. And you can see the records are grown further away. There's a tower change there. This is 10:41, 10:42 p.m. Almost 10th Avenue north from Myrtle Beach. The records are traveling southbound again. There's a license plate reader hit, that little green dot that just popped up. Again, with Meagan Jackson's van now going southbound on 17. And still consistently in the area of these records for Gregory Rice. License plate reader hit eastbound on Farrell Parkway, which is the intersection right before the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home. Another tower connection for Gregory Rice's phone, and then a westbound license plate reader hit moments later. This is now 10:54 p.m. The tower connections for the Gregory Rice phone still show the device generally moving in a northeasterly direction. And at 11:02 p.m., this red wedge you see in the upper right-hand corner, that is the first connection that we've gotten this time frame for Christopher Dontell's device.
What would cause a device to stop connecting with the tower?
If the phone was destroyed, powered off, disconnected from the cellular network, placed in some type of bag or container that would block those signals that would cause the device to stop. Here are the records at 11:07 p.m., which was the last connection for Gregory Rice's device. So this graph is depicting 11:06 p.m. Here's the last tower that Gregory Rice's device connects to, and this is 11:05 p.m. and then 11:07 p.m., showing that these two devices, Meagan Jackson's and Christopher Dontell's, are in that same area, serviced by the tower where Gregory Rice's device was last connected to the cellular network.
Does the service provider affect tower selection by the cell phone?
No. No, the selection is done by the phone as long as it belongs to that provider. So an AT&T phone will connect to an AT&T tower, a Verizon phone will connect to a Verizon tower, and the phone picks which tower to connect to based off of the strongest signal that it's connected to.
And this is
The Just Ask Cal video again at
we don't need to
11:07.
And that was the clip that just showed the van and the Explorer and the defendants.
Yes, and the clip continues to show that nobody else is in that little area with their car, and that the defendant gets in both defendants move from one vehicle to another and then leave.
Did you look at geolocation data for Meagan Jackson after that last connection of Greg Rice's phone?
Yes, so at 11:12, here's a geolocation hit for Meagan Jackson's device in the area below the parking lot, which is right here. And then another one at 11:32 in the area for residents.
And you've given us quite a bit of geolocation data for Meagan Jackson. What affects whether or not you were able to get geolocation data for a particular device?
Whether or not certain functions on a device are turned on to collect that information, and a lot of that information will only stay on a device for a period of time. So for us to be able to get that from a device, we have to do it within a certain time frame.
Thank you. So after geolocation data placing the device back at Meagan Jackson's residence, what was the next sort of relevant point or corroboration?
So at 12:14 a.m., the Just Ask Cal video shows the vehicle that Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dontell previously left in has returned to the parking lot, which they are both in the Honda van right here. They both exit this vehicle and get inside of the Ford Explorer, which is Christopher Dontell's vehicle, and then leave the parking lot in that vehicle. And this is approximately a 3-minute video clip.
Your Honor, may I approach my brother?
All right.
Can we fast forward?
I don't have to go over that, but I can see it.
Yeah. Okay. And then, were there any LPR hits for Christopher Dontell's Ford Explorer?
Yes, so after the Ford Explorer leaves the parking lot, there are several points of data showing the vehicle traveling southbound on 17. Here's the first one where it hits the license plate reader coming off of Grissom Parkway and onto 17 heading south, and that is at 12:21 a.m. There is another license plate reader hit at 12:33 a.m. showing eastbound on Fairfield Parkway. Of course, the bottom side of this graphic map. And then at 12:38 a.m., geolocation data from Meagan Jackson's phone again shows that her device is at the Myrtle Beach funeral home.
Did that geolocation data show the presence of anyone else?
Yes, so during the search for other devices in certain areas, During this investigation, through a Google geofence search warrant, I was able to identify another device in the area of Myrtle Beach Funeral Home at that time. A device associated with Joanne Cusick, the wife of Paul Cusick, was also captured at the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home at 12:40 a.m. So this graphic right here depicts Meagan Jackson's geolocation data from her phone at 12:38, and then the larger circle is the geolocation data for the device associated with Joanne Cusick.
And who is she?
She is the wife of Paul Cusick, a trading bomber who does work for the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home.
What was the next? Yes. Okay, go ahead.
So moving forward in time, at 1:06 a.m., there's one more LPR hit for Christopher Dontell's car traveling northbound on 17 bypass heading away from the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home. And then at 1:17 a.m., the video at Just Ask Howells captures his vehicle pulling back into the parking lot, both of them exiting the vehicle, getting back into the van, Meagan Jackson's van, and then leaving the parking lot.
Does the Explorer stay at the Lowe's Street parking lot?
Yes, the Explorer does stay at the Lowe's Street parking lot. And this is approximately a 2-minute video clip as well.
Okay. I think we can skip it.
At 1:37 a.m., Meagan Jackson's device, her iOS geolocation information is showing that her device is now back at her residence on October 3rd, 2020.
At some point, did you learn that Greg Rice's body had been found?
Yes, so Greg Rice's body had been found on November 8th, 2020, in the water, the Little Pee Dee River, right there on the Horry County, Marion County line, right off of Highway 378. This is a map of that area. Let me give a little better depiction of where this is at. Here's the 378 highway going across the Little Pee Dee River. This is a picture, a crime scene photograph taken by our department showing the tarp that Greg Rice's body was found in up against trees in the Pee Dee River right there in that area that I just previously showed.
Okay.
These are pictures of the tarp and a cinder block and ratchet straps that were used to hold Greg Rice's deceased body in the water, taken again by our crime scene department. And this is another photograph of the ratchet strap and cinder block used to hold the tarp in the water.
Were you able to use other information to corroborate who had purchased these items?
Yes, so investigators had, through the investigation, we'd learned that all of these items were purchased at Lowe's hardware store. During a search to find out if there were any tickets with just these items on it, on October 3rd, 2020, at almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the day after Greg Rice's disappearance, all of these items were purchased by Christopher Dontell at the Lowe's hardware store in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. These are snippets from the Lowe's hardware video depicting Christopher Dontell with all of those items in his shopping cart. You can see on the one to the right that he is on his cell phone, or appears that he's on his cell phone. Here's an enlarged image so you can see the cinder blocks, ratchet straps, and the tarp in his cart. And at the time that these images were captured by the surveillance video, there is a phone call between Christopher Dontell and another number at 2:46 p.m. while he's at the Lowe's hardware store. This particular tower is located right here between 10th and 21st Avenue, and you can see that the connection is in the general direction of where the Lowe's hardware store is at.
Did you have information that allowed you to track Christopher Dontell's movements or any communications with Meagan Jackson on October 3rd into October 4th?
So looking at the records that we've received, we did between 11:15 p.m. on October 3rd and 1:35 a.m. on October 4th. We had several sets of data that are relevant with this. So at 11:27 p.m. on October 3rd, there's a connection between Meagan Jackson's phone and Christopher Dontell's phone. Both are using the tower that services their neighborhood. At 11:59 p.m., you can see another connection between Meagan Jackson's device and Christopher Dontell's device. Meagan Jackson is using, her phone is using the towers that services her neighborhood. Christopher Dontell's device is now using the tower that services that same area where the Lowe's Food parking lot is. More importantly, where this LPR is located at, which his car crosses right at midnight, so moments after this phone connection starts. Moving forward in time a little bit, we have an LPR hit at 12:30 a.m. It's going northbound on Highway 17 away from the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home, which is approximately 30 minutes after the first hit that I just showed you a second ago. At 12:59 p.m., I'm sorry, a.m., so now we're October 4th, right at 1 o'clock in the morning, you have his car, or Christopher Dontell's car, hitting a license plate reader right here in Conway, heading westbound on 501. Cell phone records from a device associated with Christopher Dontell shows a connection at 1:10 in the morning, placing him in the area, or close to the area where the victim's body was found later on in time. And then at 1:30 a.m., Christopher Dontell's car is hitting a license plate reader in Conway, coming back eastbound on 501, back towards the Myrtle Beach area. And there's a cell phone connection between Christopher Dontell's phone and Meagan Jackson's phone at 1:32 a.m. That's enough.
Thank you. And you can have a seat. There was some testimony about license plates. Were you able to determine who the license plates belong to?
Yes, one of the plates that were just depicted in that presentation is owned by Oregon County government, and it's the vehicle that Christopher Dontell used at work. The other license plate is owned by Charles Benjamin, who is the employer and of Meagan Jackson at the time and the owner of Grindstaff Transport.
I have nothing further at this time. I imagine Preston Burton will be questioning.
Cross-examination.
Your Honor, I would either request a break today or a break for cross-examining the expert, Your Honor. It's 4:40, and
all right, let me see the attorney's up here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and break for the day. I'm going to let you go home. Leave your notepads in the jury box. Do not discuss the case. Do not conduct any independent investigations. I'm going to ask that you please be back at 9:15 tomorrow morning. Okay? Hope everybody has a good evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning. of your testimony, so the law requires or dictates that you cannot discuss your testimony with anyone. You cannot discuss it with solicitors, you cannot discuss it with the defense attorney, you cannot talk to anybody about your testimony, whether that be what you have testified to thus far or what you anticipate testifying to in the future. Okay?
Yes, sir, I understand.
Anything further from the state before we break?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
Mr. Your Honor.
All right, we'll be in recess until 9:30 tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.